Wow.
Yeah.
People are beyond fucking retarded.
Wow. Wow.
Just people saying stupid shit. It's like last night, just people saying dumb shit.
Yeah.
All right, nerd. Let's go. Prove it. Boyo. Dude, what?
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with the title.
Wait, you
I
agree
thought you
with
guys were
me
debating.
or the title?
The title?
Oh, okay, so you're saying you can't prove it?
Well, I don't believe God is real.
Right, I got that. I heard you the first time. Are you saying that because of that you wouldn't be able to prove that God's real?
I suppose.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now, why can't you prove it?
Can dominate it.
Why can't I prove that God exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it cognitive or something or what?
Are we on the same page? Are we disagreeing or what?
Well, I'm just asking you, why can't you prove it? I don't know about what page we're supposed to be on. It's just a question. Are we supposed to be on a page and saying something specific, or could we just have a conversation that, like, I ask stuff, you ask stuff, just go back and forth? So why can't you prove it?
I don't know. I'm not really well versed on debate terms.
So you don't even know why you can't prove it?
Well, I would say that qualification of what God is supersedes what we can observe and how we can understand the universe.
How you know that? Like, let's get to that.
Well,
Like, why do you think
what,
it's like hard to understand a God? Is there some property of a God that you know of that makes it hard to understand gods, or does that statement come with any support whatsoever?
well, it implies infinity and superseding of the.
I don't know why though. So far, we have presented nothing. How would nothing entail infinity? Like
What? No, God entails infinity.
Yeah, but we haven't presented anything as God. So how do we know the thing we have not presented entails anything specific? This is confusing to me. If there's not, like, imagine there's nothing on the table and you're saying that thing is infinity. It's like, what are you even referring to?
Well, that's what the qualification of God is
How do
usually
you
by.
know? Right, you would have to have a thing on the table for that to be
what
true.
theists say.
I don't care what they say.
That's
We're asking what's on the table.
To define. Well, I'm saying that's what theists attempt to define as God.
Boya, there's only one theist in the room right now, and that's David, as far as I know. Okay? You're not a theist. So I'm asking you about what you think is on the table right now, apparently. Because you think there's something on the table that's infinite or something. I don't know what you're referring to, though. What is this thing? Is it an agent? Like, I don't know any of this stuff. How do you know any of this stuff? Because religious people say stuff doesn't mean you know something, other than they said some shit. But we're talking about the nature of the thing. How'd you get any of that info?
Yes, I am telling you their perspective on the nature of God.
But I'm not. Why though? I'm not asking their perspective.
That we cannot prove that.
Do you not understand how frustrating this must be for me? I ask a question about you, and you tell me about somebody else. Like, you don't have to pretend you know what they're talking about. You could just worry about what you. Oh shit! I think I cut out. You don't have to tell me about like what they believe. Just tell me about what you believe. If you don't have anything in your brain to say, just say that. Because remember,
okay, sure.
it's about ontology.
I've got nothing to say. Sure.
Right. So, all right, then why'd you say all that stuff? What do you think compelled you to believe that saying something like infinity was a meaningful explanation of this thing? Where'd you get that idea?
That is the explanation that theists will provide. That is one of the explanations that they will provide.
So then inculcation.
You, I don't understand.
You were inculcated
why
to say that, right?
you're taking a contrary stance.
I'm not taking a contrary stance. I'm trying to understand you. I'm just inferring based on what you had just previously said that the information that you were providing me didn't come from some observation that you had. It came from your inculcation.
That's not what I meant. No, I presented what a theist would believe.
And you derived
I
that
said,
from your inculcation. Do you know what inculcation is?
Yeah, it means to put a thought into someone's mind.
Well, it means to enculturate, to give culture, to acquire culture. You acquired part of your culture as this. This is part of what you picked up being a human born in the society that you were in. Those members of your society, whether they be your parents, grandparents, pastors, friends, gaslit you. They lied to you. They told you properties of a thing that exists that you never fact checked. And now you're conveying that information off to me irresponsibly, right? Because you weren't saying, hey, blah, 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 according to all these things and establishing facts. You were just conveying the gaslighting.
Okay, what's the next step then?
To get you to address the gaslighting. Do you think being gaslit into a position is a valid way to represent the nature of an object?
Well, I haven't been gaslit into a position.
Well, you were talking to me about infinity. Some asshole came up to you at some point in the past and gaslit you that God had something to do with infinity.
That's not inculcation.
Yes,
that
it
isn't
is.
Like indoctrinating.
Yes,
that
it
is just picking out one of the arguments that a theist would.
No, you're
would
misrepresenting what I'm saying. You were born in a family, okay? Just like your parents and their parents and their parents and their parents. For thousands of years. It keeps going on, but we'll stop at thousands of years. Our parents and generations have picked up the telephone, called us, and told us something. One generation after another, we've been playing telephone with this God thing. And you're trying now to act like you weren't inculcated. You weren't introduced to this idea by your culture. That's the only basis.
What is an answer that I should give that does not elicit this response from you?
What do you mean?
So you're having this response where you're claiming I've been inculcated.
Yeah.
What sort of answer should I have given, which would lead to a different response?
What do you mean? You were inculcated. That is the response I should be giving because you expressed inculcation. Being inculcated in itself is not bad. So like when you were taught to wipe your butt, you were inculcated. You were trained.
Channeling the argument that I've been presented. Yeah, that's inculcation.
No, you're conveying your
That
inculcation.
isn't original is inculcation.
No, you're conveying inculcation, but I'm not asking you about that. I've been asking about the nature of an object. And in place of answering that question, you told me what morons told you. So I'm asking, why are you citing the material of morons? Aren't you old enough and realize that the idea of God in your brain is a bunch of incoherent nonsense you don't actually know about? It's just inculcation. I'm asking, why do you think inculcation fills in the answer to the question of what a thing is?
Because it's a very broad question, and I've given you one part of that answer.
Yeah, but I've given you the whole.
It's a convenience answer.
No, it's not a convenience answer. It's that you bought into the gaslighting. You are gaslit.
Dude.
You are defending a belief system
what do you believe
don't
about
even hold.
The nature of the object then? What do you believe?
Of what object? There's no object that we're talking about. You have not presented an object. This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm not going to present you with God object. I don't God. I don't go around telling people what God is and isn't. That's retarded. Like, I don't know what these things are. The only information I have about gods is through gaslighting. Why would I tell some dude who's like, hey, what's a god? I'm like, I have no idea. And then gaslight him. Why would I do that?
So that's your opinion. You have no idea.
Not personally, no. But I know your idea, which is just vapid nonsense you picked up through inculcation.
Well, are you taking a contrary position to the existence of God?
I'm taking an affirmative position that you've been gaslit.
No. Divorce this from me
Why?
for a second.
That is my philosophy. That is Igtheism.
Your philosophy is based on me in this Discord.com chat room.
Igtheism is based on the inculcative process of how we brainwash our own kind. Yeah, that's what it's about.
Atheism.
Igtheism. IG theism. Like I have an atheist argument side chat.
Okay.
So my argument isn't even about the ontology, right? The thing that I've been asking you this whole time, it's not about that. It's about the inculcative process that causes us to believe these things because our generations do that. Our parents just teach us this bullshit. And then we repeat it. We get out on the internet, and when someone asks us what's God, we tell them it's an infinite being.
So you're just a nihilist.
What am I denying? I am affirming. I have been nothing but affirming here. I'm not denying
You're just
anything.
reframing nihilism into being affirmative.
This is not nihilism. This is linguistics.
It's nihilism.
This is linguistics.
Is logical nihilism.
This is linguistics. You can keep saying that, but I'm going to keep firing back. I am referring to in linguistics. You are improperly communicating a message to me. This is linguistics. You are conveying the nature of an object by way of your gaslighting. You haven't fact-checked infinite being status. You just pawned their answer off on me. You kept trying it.
Point.
Remember, every time you answered, you were like, well, the theists say. You kept doing it, but I was referencing to you. I wasn't asking you what the theists are saying yet. We weren't there yet.
Because I'm not a theist, so I wouldn't put forward an argument that I don't
Remember when
believe.
you asked me what I say God is? Remember, what did I say when you asked me what I said God was?
You said I'm not. You said I'm making an affirmative case
I said
about
I don't
inculcation.
God. I don't God. I don't go around telling people what God is. I don't do that. You did that. You told me it was infinity.
Telling you one
on behalf.
Of the qualifiers.
You told me
it
was infinity on behalf of a moron. That's what you did. That moron programmed you to answer the question that way.
Well,
deprogram yourself. Just deprogram yourself.
What should I say then?
What do you think you should say when someone asks you a question you don't know the answer to? Do you pawn it off on some dude that gaslit you and you didn't fact check it? Is that the proper methodology? Is that what you do?
I gave you an argument.
Well, hold on. I just answered.
That holds historical and epistemological weight.
Gaslighting.
You don't know.
That's all it is gaslighting. Historical weight equals gaslighting. You were gaslighting. Your parents were gaslighting. Throughout history, they've been gaslighting. I can't hear you when I'm in the middle of talking.
Any idea is just
I have no idea what you're saying when I'm talking. Like, do you understand that, right? You understand what I just said? That when I'm talking, I ain't listening, so why are you doing that? It doesn't make any sense, boyo. If you want me to hear your message, I gotta hear your message. If you hear me in the middle of a rant, dude, just infer I ain't listening. You have to repeat what you just said. I didn't hear you.
By that metric, any idea that is passed down is inculcation.
Dude, I said earlier, inculcation is not bad. It is how we learn. We are inculcated. What I'm saying to you is, when I asked you about the nature of an object, you relied on your inculcation. You didn't rely on any experience or anything like that. You just pawned it off on the moron.
Because experience is less credible.
What?
Than what I said.
No, experience would be like, I'm asking you, do you see a God? You would be like, yeah, he's to my left, right? That would be an experience of a God. There would be a God thing right there. Whatever I don't care what you're referring to, but you would be referring to the thing on your left. That's an experience. I asked you, have you ever seen a God? Do you believe there is a God to your left? You said, no, I don't believe there is a God to your left. And I said, why? And you said, because some fucking moron gaslit you a long time ago. You didn't say anything about the left. You referred to your inculcation. You not get that?
No.
It was a little hyperbolic. Try to see the point in what I'm making. It was a little bit of hyperbole there. So when I said the God to your left, I know you're not saying there's a God to your left, but that's what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about what you believe is real about reality. Why are you talking about your inculcation then? Because that's what you were trained to do through your inculcation. That aspect of your inculcation was dog shit because it programmed you to answer this question this way. That's what's bad. They fucked your brain up. They tricked you.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not sure, I guess. You got bamboozled, and that's why today, as an adult
No,
that you are,
this is
you're
an
doing this.
incredibly stupid way of
That's not a
starting
response. That's
discussion.
just you being butthurt. You don't have a way out of this logic that you've been inculcated. Your
Well,
brain.
it's kind of a logical.
Dude, I don't understand why you think you just get to start talking over me.
Hey, that was retarded.
Yeah, absolutely base level fucking retard.
You broke him. Like, I heard you actively break him. And hopefully in a good way.
No, that dude's a moron. He's butthurt. He's going to stay an atheist because he's too fucking dumb to understand what just fucking happened. He thinks I just was incoherent to him. That I didn't make any point because it just went in one ear and out the other. He wasn't capable of actually processing what was being said.
Well, that's why I like your flarful snarf explanation about what it means. And then they always push back because you told them what it meant. And then you change the meaning of it. And then they automatically push back on that, even though they don't even know what the fuck a flarful snarf is.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
He's like, well, what do you want me to say? It's like, that is exactly the comment you should expect to hear from somebody who is used to being gaslit. What do you want me to say? Says the gaslit.
Bamboozled.
What'd you say? You cut out. You're all muffled.
I said, yep, bamboozled.
Yeah, it's bamboozled. Yep, that's it. You just got tricked. Fucking duped. And look, it happened when he was a kid. You can't blame him. But he's an adult now. He's a big boy. That's his brain. He's the one using it. His parents ain't using that brain no more. He's got the reins. He can do whatever he wants with it. I don't understand what you're doing. I put out 2 vidges last night. I got my definition one out there, and then I put out my the short version of the live, and I think the editing came out way better because I did the audio a bit different, so it doesn't clip as hard.
It was definitely nice being able to go back and rehash some conversations I only caught part of because I was working.
Yeah, I heard a conversation there that you guys were having. Some chick that came in at some point. I was not here. I guess. Wow. Did you guys hear about that Blizzard shit? Dude got himself fired for that. Blizzard DM or GM. So what is it? So I guess there's something called Mythic Plus. I played WoW a lot, but I didn't really get into Mythic Plus. It's like it has to do with like dungeon difficulties and how badass your character is. But I guess this dude was doing a dungeon and he was running out of time, and the boss had like way more hit points than was like he was just not gonna make the deadline to like do some shit. And so he called his homie that worked at Blizzard, and his homie showed up and like basically one shot all the bosses so that they could finish. And I guess somebody in that group was recording and it got out, and now dude's got fired over helping him kill a fucking mob in a video game. Can you imagine that? You have a big ass job at fucking Blizzard and that happens?
Wow.
Like actual murder.
It's crazy, man. It's like, no, not actual murder, just gamer shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, killed some bosses, but you lose your job because you helped somebody cheat in a video game like fucking WoW. It's not even like it was a tournament, or it was literally a role playing game. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Just tell your friend, haha, you suck. Get good. That's what you say. Man. And that's not just like getting fired from Blizzard, man. That's like, you're probably never going to get on a project like that ever again. People find that shit out, they're going to be like, yeah, nah, you can't keep your mouth shut. Y'all watched a report last night that Iran still has like 70% of their missiles.
Dude, they can hold out for 20 fucking years, man. They're hardy.
Yeah, there's no way we're doing a ground invasion. You can't rule by air. So all we can do is just keep bombing them. That's it. It's like, and how long can we keep that up, right? It's expensive to bomb people. Like, that should cost a lot of money. We got people starving, veterans and shit.
Congress should have denied the request for more funds for the war that they never approved in the first place. Like, I'm still confused about that.
Dude, I'm telling you, this country is dead. We do not have a country anymore. It is gone. So, I mean, that's just why Congress isn't doing shit, because in this new United States, or whatever, the United States of Israel, whatever the fuck this is, we don't have that. That's not a thing in our country anymore. We're not having elections. Trust me, we're not going to have elections. I have no hope for that. There's just not going to be elections. There's like 6 different fucking possible pandemics on the fucking table that he can pick and choose. He can escalate the war. There's all these things that are going to happen to fuck with the midterms, on top of all the bullshit with this fucking Save America Act. Like, we're just not having a midterm. We're going to have a midterm. They're not going to certify it, and that's what's going to happen. They're just going to not certify the election, and that'll just keep happening. And then nothing will fucking happen. Maybe there will be a civil war at that point. I don't know, but it's too goddamn late. It's just too fucking late. It's like 6 years too goddamn late. Well, 5 years. People just, they didn't want to fucking wake up at J6 and.
In my opinion, the first time we elected Trump, that's when the country was done. That's it. It was over.
It was definitely cooked right then, but it was still the United States. But once we elected a traitor, like after we elected a traitor, yeah. I mean, this country, we fought a war. It was just in the ballot box, and it was the last election we'll probably ever really have. He's already canned all the people at the election integrity office. Like, dude, like they're literally I will put razor blade slashes on my penis and dip it in fucking alcohol if I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong, if we have an election, I'll burn myself with fucking alcohol in little tiny cuts, little tiny ones, just enough to make it burn. That's how confident I am that we're not having another election. Do it live on YouTube.
Yeah, not an election that is going to be certified, especially if the Republicans lose any of the positions they've stolen. My favorite video is when Trump says, they helped us win the election, like we cheated, or however he said that shit.
Wait, when did he say that? I don't remember.
If you Google it, Trump admits to rigging the election, like live, and then it's like a video, and you'll hear him say that exact words or some shit. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, and news media, it's being more bold now. They're calling him shill and such.
All right, Forrest. You ready?
Yo, hello?
Hey, are you ready?
For what?
Prove the God thing?
Yeah, sure, bro. I was born ready, man.
All right, prove the God thing.
God, wait, you want me to prove that God isn't real?
Know that it is real.
Oh, that it is real. Israel? I don't like Israel. No politics here. No politics.
Do you want an honest conversation?
Yeah. Sorry. So, basically, well, I think that God is real because, in my opinion, I think that
Incorrect. Incorrect. You're already not answering the question. As soon as you said, in my opinion. Moron.
One first time.
This is what they do. They do this to their own fucking children, man. Like, you got to kind of understand not educating your kid is inculcating your kid. You're just training them to be like dumb and ill-prepared.
Yeah, it's true for me in a sense. I just want to learn and not be misled.
I never once put that dumbass shit in my kid's head their whole life. At all. None. So.
Yeah, and rest assured, like, you don't even have to because your society is filthy and disgusting, and they'll do it for you. They'll just gaslight your kids, right? They'll come up, think they're doing the right thing. They'll be like 5 years old. They'll get all up in their face, and they'll start saying God shit to them. And it's like, well, how would you like it if I did that to your kid? If I just walked up to your kid, I pinched him on a cheek, and I said, your parents are gaslighting you. God's not real, and just walked off. And then I pawned it off on the fact that I was just trying to help your kid do the right thing. Which is true. I just don't have the right to do that, to go infect your child's brain with my ideas, right? Like, so why do you, like, religious people think it's okay to go around and infect everybody else's children with their fucking ideas. It's just what happens. We just fucking gaslight each other in society until we fucking believe it, you know, because it's just less cultural pushback and tension and shit. For some reason, it's okay for priests and shit who, like, Google, like, crime statistics on rape for igtheists. Like, what's the likelihood that an igtheist is going to rape you? And then, what is the likelihood that a theist is going to rape you? And, yeah, your kids are just much safer around me, right? Because I'm an igtheist. And generally, igtheists, as far as I know, I've never heard of a single igtheist victimizing anyone, let alone a child. So it's just like, statistically, yeah, if a theist walks up to you, you fucking protect your kid, because that theist, statistically, you know, when he compared to me, is orders of magnitude more likely to victimize your child. Whereas me, I'm just going to not lie to him. That's what I'm going to do. Keep them away from me, because what I will do is not lie to them. I'll do that all up in their face. I won't pinch their cheek either. I don't need to get all nice to not lie to them, right? So it's amazing, dude, like, how many churches there are around this fucking planet that have, like, daycare. People just go there and give these people, their children, to watch, you know, to do Bible study and stuff while they're at work and whatnot. It's like, the threat of becoming a victim of sexual violence at a church is real. It's high, actually. It's higher than in other areas, like, you know, like school. Like, you're much less likely to be a victim of sexual violence at school, because there's, like, all cameras and a bunch of people around, and it's just harder, right? But when you have a church and it's like just a couple of elders and then a bunch of little kids, yeah, that's a bad mixture right there. In the Symposium of Igtheism, which is like the Church of Igtheism, yeah, we literally chop each other's heads off for shit like that. We will burn you alive and then decapitate you in Igtheism if you do any of that shit. If we find you, we will flay you, right? That's just one of the rules of Igtheism. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy how people fucking think that it's okay to just let some fucking priest watch their kid. It's because they're in a fucking robe and shit like that. And they tell them, oh, yeah, I believe in God. Look up crime statistics. More people who believe in God are in jail than people who don't.
Well, yeah, it's a weird concept, but that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, you would think it would be hard to find a theist in prison. Especially like the right religion, like Christians. Let's just say they're the right ones. You'd expect that being a Christian makes you more moral. But when you look at the crime statistics, it's the other way around. Like, you are less moral when you're a religious person. It's just what the crime statistics say. Despite making up only like 70% of the population, they make up like 90% of the crime. It's crazy. They just disproportionately love crime. Theists. Like, when you look at the FBI crime statistics, yeah. Theists. Christians, yeah, they disproportionately overrepresent their secular counterparts. It's just because theism makes you dumb. Theism doesn't give you answers. It doesn't teach you how to think. It teaches you how not to think by gaslighting. They gaslight you until you shut the fuck up. Stop asking that stupid question about mortality. You are going to be burned alive, burned forever in eternity. That's what's going to happen if you don't listen to my gaslighting. That's exactly what's going to happen. Now, don't make me beat you, right? That's the life of a Christian right there. There's no wonder you gotta fucking use certain tactics to get these people to think, man. Their whole life they've been threatened with violence by the people who love them, right? Somebody will walk up to them like a parent and they'll say, "Hey, I will beat the fucking shit out of you and kick you out of my house and ostracize you if you don't worship that fucking picture on the wall." It's Christians right there. They say that shit to their own children. Just not in those words. They mean that. They mean. They just use like nice language, right? They're saying that to their own fucking children. If you don't believe me, I will beat you, throw you out into the streets, yada yada. Some people even honor kill, right? If you don't believe your parents' religion, they will kill you. It's crazy. And that don't even keep you safe. Sometimes when you believe it, you'll end up getting drowned by your own parent because they're protecting you from fucking demons, right? It's crazy.
On a sad note, a friend of mine was killed like that by his parent because if she killed him, he would automatically get to go to heaven, and that was her excuse.
Yeah. That happens. It's rare, but it happens. In the Symposium of Igtheism, rule number 127.175b, subsection 279, you're literally not allowed to do that. It specifically says it right there. It says you are not allowed to harm anyone for any reason associated to them saying nuh-uh to the shit that you're telling them. All right, Allah, let's go. Prove it. Prove the God thing.
Did I tell you guys about a story or mention how my church got burnt down?
Nah.
Well, it did. And, you know, probably the most liberating feeling of my life when it happened when I was there. I think that was like the middle.
You're cutting out real hard.
when it happened, I think I was moving on to middle school. But however it happened, my father told me someone left the kitchen on or whatever. That I never actually knew the full story. But hey, I had time off from just going to the same place over and over again. It gets so bad we realize how it also gets influence in education. Like they mix in private schools with this, like charter schools. Even like in science courses. It's bad. Like yeah, they'll cherry pick the Big Bang on a science textbook. You know, stay straight McGraw Hill.
Penis. Oh man, I forgot to tell you guys yesterday, driving home, there was an accident, and on the back of the truck that smashed into another truck, it said, accidents are no safety or something like that, or some shit like that, or whatever it was. But that was the truck that smashed the thing. I thought it was funny. It's just coincidence. So it's like safe driver or something. Oh, safety is no accident. That's what it was. Perfect. Perfect. God damn it.
Oh, that's Matt. Yeah, I banned him last night. He posted some shit in side chat. I didn't recognize his name, and I fucking banned him. And he's like, "You can't ban guest Ramon or something." What?
Oh, Matt. Yeah, his
Yeah, that shit happened.
Yeah, he changed his name. Also,
Good. I've been trying to ban that Canadian for years.
I watched a video last night.
Wow.
Where Discord now has the ability, and I don't think it's internal per se. It's like a bot or whatever, but there's a website you can go to and you can put in somebody's user ID, and it allegedly has the ability to track all of your accounts across Discord.
Yep, by a coordinated IP login. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Like, it doesn't happen to everyone. You have to have done certain things in the past, like joined certain servers or something like that, and then they'll be able to track you. But here, look at this video.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
I guess people are using it for some pretty fucked up reasons. They're using it for You know, like to basically
Dox them.
harass people, yeah, and dox them and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're using two separate accounts and acting two separate ways, like you need to be like called out on doing that shit because that's creepy. That's weird. Like, I don't personally have two separate accounts. It's just until I got my main account back, my wife let me use hers.
And my main account got stolen. I still know who did it. So yeah, there goes that.
Yeah, they kind of had before this got hacked, and they would never give it back to me. So.
I think it should come default with all Discord that any account that you click on, if it's associated with an IP, it should and then block VPNs. They should just not allow VPNs.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you use a VPN, you're still only connected to one single IP address, and that if you log in at all at the same time, it'll do that. So, but yeah,
if you do something like porn and shit, yeah, it should just your IP, your MAC address, or MAC ID, all that, everything's blocked. That's how it should be.
VPNs.
Discord should have root access to your computer.
Yeah, and VPNs don't stop like your IP.
You're cutting out. Oh shit! I gotta take my dog out. I'll be back in a minute.
Do it. Go make some gods.
Whoa, you guys don't believe in the existence of God?
Prove it.
I found my people. Thank you.
Yeah,
Wait,
we're gonna
are you
find out.
saying you can't prove it?
I said I also believe it's not real.
So then you're saying you can't prove it?
What is this?
Well, we're interested about you and your abilities. So either you can or you can't prove it. So which is it?
I mean, can you prove that I pissed in a can last night?
So you're going to answer our question by asking us a question.
Well, that's, I just want to know.
Well, you could just answer the question we asked.
I told you I cannot prove that God exists. Or not, but I choose to believe that doesn't. I mean, we have Moses, okay, and first commitments, how was it? First, the 10 laws, the 10 thingies. How is it called? Yeah.
You mean the 640 Old Covenant laws of the Old Testament? Yeah. What about them?
Something. No. The 10. You're putting words in my mouth. The 10 commandments. Yeah, the 10 commandments.
There was more than
No.
10, friend.
Yeah, the ones he got, but he went to the mountains and he started hearing like.
Does anybody else want to talk to that? Don't come back.
Dude, are you gonna prove it or what?
Donald can't. They're muted.
Did we mute him?
And I came in like that.
Oh, okay.
And looking at his fucking profile tag, I'm sure he's a real winner.
Yeah, we'll just do the same thing. Just get rid of him.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stream without video from now on. I'm gonna try to get a background or something put up so it's like more entertaining than a black screen. Well, stream video.
You get like a lava lamp effect. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it could be cool. Something like that. I don't know.
Dude, I'm telling you, if you had something I don't know if you can do this or not, but if you had like a game that you were just like not a chill game in the background or something, I think that would be helpful.
John Conway's Game of Life.
I don't really play enough video game to do that anymore.
Okay, I was just throwing it out there, man. I mean,
no, I get what you're saying. I just don't have that kind of content. Like I could some days when I'm gaming, but you know how my brain works. Like I can't game and like converse at the same time.
Yeah, you would pause every time you get into a decent. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's like I'm too slow for that kind of shit. I don't know how people like Destiny do it.
Hang on, let me pause this shit. The other thing is, is it on this computer or not? I don't know how people do it, but you'll see sometimes people on Twitch have like an avatar in real time while they're talking, like they can make the mouth move of the avatar. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I could just stream my camera, but sometimes it's been hot, so I've been walking around naked and shit, so can't have my titties hanging out on cam. People getting all jealous, then I'll get stalkers.
Well, what I was gonna throw at you is those avatars that I made for like the Mogi thing. I mean, you could throw that. I don't know. I have no idea how to do this, but those avatars that I made for that podcast emojis, you could throw that up there on that same kitchen table, you know, and edit the thing in the background.
Just gotta have something like entertaining on there, something that interesting that if somebody did look, because I'm thinking most people ain't watching the stream; they're just playing on their TV or something. If anything, because there's nothing to look at anyway. Even when the Discord's up, it's just the screens. But too many dicks in the last couple of days, so I'm not gonna do that anymore because people just come in here with fucking dicks for PFPs. All that fucking AI technology can tell me like everything I have in my fucking refrigerator right now, but it can't identify the shape of a fucking dick on a PFP.
That right there. If somehow you can just get the mouths to move, and it's possible. I just don't know how to do it because again, there's Twitch people that do that all the time. Like in real time, their mouth will move.
Yeah, Burnt Peanut does it.
Yeah, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he turns himself into a peanut avatar.
I have no idea how they do that, but there's got to be some program that does it,
I know a lot of like trans streamers use it because they turn themselves into like anime people a lot. Like anime.
Like if this was your background, right? And as people entered the room or whatever, you could add them also sitting around the table,
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool if and also we could have an empty seat and an AI would fill it in and shit.
Well, or a phone. That's what I was thinking. You put a phone in the middle of the table, like where the Rubik's Cube is, and when the other person is talking, this is grandiose. But when the other person is talking, it shows the the sound coming out of the phone.
Yeah. I wonder how you would do something like that. I'm not an animator, so I don't even know the first thing about it.
Dude, there's got to be a program. Like you would think enough people Twitch stream on Twitch that they're not all animators. There's got to be a program that does it.
Well, I know Rust does it. Like in Rust, if you use the in-game microphone, your mouth moves.
Yeah, yeah. Hell, we even got Razor when he shows back up.
Yep. He's coming in the last couple of days. I guess he's been busy, though.
Got old Lost. I mean, hell, I could throw this in Gemini and remove the Monday with Mogi and throw something else up there. Whatever you need, man. I just don't know how to do the lips move thing. There's Matt, the proper Matt at the table. I think that's everybody. I did one for Perla, but I made her tits all big and shit. I don't even know where I did it. Maybe it's
what you're describing is often called audio-driven character animation or VTuber group animation. Software listens to each person's microphone and animates their character's mouth and sometimes head and eyes in real time. It's probably what people like lions or leopards are eating my face do.
Can you have it recommend you a software?
That's what I'm asking. It's giving me a whole bunch of them. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's giving me
Adobe. The assistant's great.
Yeah, Adobe Character Animator, VTube Studio, PNG Tuber Plus,
nice.
Animaze. Yeah, apparently there's a bunch out there. Discord Reactive Images.
There you go.
What the fuck is that? If you're streaming Discord conversations, there are OBS plugins that detect who is talking. Instead of moving mouse, they can highlight the speaker, bounce the image, glow, animate. Lots of podcasts use this.
There you go.
Yeah, but I can't because it's penises.
What do you mean penises?
The reason I can't stream just regular shit is because too many people come in and have penises for PFP. Like the last 2 days, I banned 3 penises.
Oh, you're saying you can't do it over this image. You can't make this image your screen and assign.
Not with the Discord one, no.
Oh, okay.
Because that's just gonna highlight, just like we see each other's docs. It'll highlight those or squares or whatever they're called on Discord. Oh, I was telling Matt was in here last night this morning that ChatGPT sort of unfucked my rhetoric for me last night to help me a little bit with some of my vernacular.
Oh yeah,
that was funny.
Yeah, instead of saying to people, atheism is incoherent and theism is fundamentally incoherent, it gave the same pushback a lot of people I've spoken to over the years where they hyperfixate on definitions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It said use the phrase epistemic. Fuck, my brain is blanking. Hold up. Epistemically incoherent, rather than saying it just incoherent, because people will confuse me saying that, you know, the words have meaning. The dog ran up the street is the example I give, is that people pretend they understand that because all the words mean stuff and they put it in their head. And it was just saying, instead of saying that, refer to epistemic issues, that it's not that I don't understand you because of the words, it's that I don't understand you because you're not making the link between the statement and the thing.
Okay, interesting.
Try to find what it exactly said.
By the way, inside chat, I posted the set that I used to build all that, just for anybody's entertainment. And here's Trans. She liked it.
Nice.
Still looking for that one I did a Perla. I don't know where that one went.
Yeah, epistemic coherence. But yeah, I've been exploring an idea in my head that elicits the asymmetry in the discourse of the oppositions, theism and atheism, where both parties have a belief position. You have the theists believe in the affirmative, the atheists disbelieve in the affirmative. Both parties have you know, their the fact that they lack the observation, right? So both the theist doesn't observe God directly, and the atheist obviously does not observe God directly. If the theist can admit that it would be epistemically incoherent for the atheist to say that God is blue, because they recognize that both the atheist doesn't believe in the thing exists, so it's inconsistent, and the atheist isn't observing anything, then it would be epistemically incoherent. That the theist should be able to see that the atheist has no ground to make the assertion that God is blue. They're not seeing anything, and they don't believe in anything in that regard. Taking that principle, if the theist accepts that the atheist has no foundation to make an assertion about the color of God because they lack an observation of God, then they would have to admit that themselves, that because they lack the same direct observation that the atheist has, then their statements about the thing's ontology is also epistemically incoherent. That there's an asymmetry there in the discourse where even though the theist who lacks the epistemic access, even though they lack that, they still feel compelled to make assertions about the affirmative, but they don't hinge it on the observation, they hinge it on the belief that they believe in the affirmative, and somehow in their brain they've interpreted that as they're the ones who get to make the assertions because they believe, thinking that the atheists don't believe, so they don't get to make the assertions. But it's not about whether you believe or not. The weight that I believe carries in a conversation about ontology and epistemology, it's doing no real work there. It's not doing any weight. I believe is just a statement, right, of my mental states. It's not a statement of the accuracy of my claim. It's not going to help you understand whether my claim's true or not, that I believe or that I don't believe. Right? I can believe your phone number is 123 or not believe that your phone number is 123. It's not going to change whether your phone number is 123. What's going to change about my statement is if I said I saw your phone number and it's 123. That would have epistemic weight there. But if I'm claiming you have no phone number, I can't observe your phone number, and then say it's 123, that's logically incoherent epistemically, and then, foundationally, as it's not even my belief. I believe to the opposite. So it's just trying to highlight the asymmetry of convincing yourself that your belief is the merit in your claim over the observation being what should convey the merit of the claim. So there's an asymmetry there that we perceive the theist making the assertion as coherent, and we don't perceive the atheist making the assertion as coherent. It would be incoherent, but it's exactly the same metric. Both parties lack the observation. So there's an asymmetry in how we would go about justifying the nature of things here, that people feel that their belief in it warrants the claim. But they could I'm using the atheist's position to show them how their position of making the assertion absent the experience would be the criticism you'd give the atheist. So you would have to levy that criticism against yourself.
I'll be interested to see how some of them respond to that.
Yeah, here's the I asked it to do a logical breakdown last night, like a step-by-step how to approach it so I could see it in its light or whatever. And it says step 1, establish the rule. If someone makes a factual claim about a thing, they need some kind of access to that thing that justifies the claim. Example: the apple is red. You'd say, I can look at the apple. The apple is heavy. You could say, I can weigh the apple. The apple tastes sweet. I can taste the apple. The claim is connected to the thing. Step 2, apply it to the atheist hypothetical. Imagine an atheist says God is blue. The problem is not that they are an atheist. The problem is they're claiming a property about something they have no direct access to. They have no observation of God, so the claim does not have an epistemically coherent connection to reality. The atheist would have to admit, quote, I cannot know that God is blue because I have no way of observing God's color. 3, apply the same standard to the theist. Now the theist says, God loves me, God wants this, God created the universe. Your argument is the same problem exists. The theist is also making claims about the nature and properties of an entity they have not directly observed. The fact that they believe does not solve the problem. Belief is not observation. Identify the asymmetry. The asymmetry you're pointing at is the atheist says, quote, you cannot claim things about a God because you have no direct observation of God, end quote. The theist says, I can claim things about God even though I have no direct observation of God. Your criticism is the rule is being applied to one side but not the other. The shortest version, if lack of direct observation prevents the atheist from making claims about God's properties, then the lack of direct observation would also prevent the theist from making claims about God's properties. Or even shorter, lack of observation cannot be the problem only for the person who doubts. It must also be the problem for the person who asserts. The one place the debate will eventually land in this equation, quote, the direct observation includes, yeah, see, we get into this conversation because it was going with direct observation and I was just referring to observation. And so it gave me a bunch of things that, hey, the theist will say this set of things, like, you know, how I always say, well, you're offering me the bare print, you're not offering me the bare. We ended up having that conversation and it made it some adjustments, but I like its shortest version of that. The lack of observation cannot be the problem only for the person who doubts. It must also be a problem for the person who asserts. And so they would have to be able to justify any of their claims if they're going to criticize the atheists can't make shit up about God. If atheists aren't allowed to make shit up about God, they're not allowed to make shit up about God for the exact same reason they're criticizing the atheists, that you lack the necessary foundation to assert the properties of God for 2 reasons. 1, you don't believe, which again is irrelevant. And 2, you're not basing that claim off an observation. You're just making the claim in a vacuum. God's blue. So there's no justification. There's no weight. This is what they say every time, you know, an atheist says, nah-uh. You know, the theist will say God's blue, the atheist will say nah-uh, and then they'll be like, well, your opinion on the matter doesn't matter because you don't believe. But as if belief does any weight. I can believe 2 + 2 = 5, but that belief doesn't have any weight. It doesn't make or even reason to the point that 2 + 2 = 5. It's avoiding the fucking answer is what it is. So yeah, I gotta let that marinate because there's something wrong with it though. I just don't know what it is. Yet. It don't work. It's not working in my brain. I can't feel it.
Dude, you will not believe this shit. So I bet
You're able to get your dick in your asshole?
that was a long time ago. So I bet that LeBron James would join the 76ers through this like betting thing, Kashikishi or whatever the fuck it is. Bro, I just won $418 off a $5 bet, dude. That's fucking sick.
Let it ride. Put it all on black.
I'm going to probably buy some weed.
Better not be illegal weed.
No, I'm in Florida. It's all legal here. If you
Sorry,
know
bud.
anybody, if you know anybody
I
that's
got a
got
work
some
call.
good, if anybody got some good solar equipment, let me know. Sorry about that, Matt.
No, I'm sorry too.
Yeah, Piddle recently came across some nice solar stuff, and mine just happened to go missing. So
No way.
yeah, it's weird. Weird how that correlation occurred.
I'm just sitting here admiring all of my art in side chat. This was a hell of an idea, and I captured the essence of each one of you perfectly. It's perfect.
I'll have to say, I look way better in person than in that picture.
Yeah, but you don't have the Latina booty for life tattoo on your arm.
I will soon enough.
Mr. Lost, your hot mic.
Sorry.
Let's see. Illinois, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania don't eat the lettuce. The outbreak was previously linked to Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, and West Virginia. You guys can't eat lettuce. Suck. Eat a dick.
fucking
I'm watching this YouTube video here. It's short. And I guess it's a performance evaluation for an employee. And they said, yeah, it looks like the last couple of years you've been sucking ass. What gives? And he says, oh, yeah, back in 2020, I was a top employee and for 2 years in a row. And each year I came and asked you if I could get a raise. And you said that I was being paid a fair amount for my position. And then when I asked you what my pay is according to the median, you said it's below the median pay. So basically what he said is, for the last couple of years, I feel like you've been paying me to be a fair market employee. So I've been, not busting my ass, or however you put it. And like they're putting this out there, like, yeah, this is what you tell your employer. This is what you tell them. And it's like, yeah, if you're looking to quit, if you're moving, because then I posted, okay, thank you for your honesty. We're gonna let you go and hire one of the other 10,000 applicants for your job, end quote, employer, right? Like that's what they'll tell you. They're not gonna be like, oh shit, my bad, we'll raise your money. No, they're gonna fire you and hire one of a million people that'll fill your fucking spot by the end of the day. Go ahead, tell your employer that. See how that goes. No, they're not all. They're not all banned. Just a lot of them don't want to come in here because they know they'll just get banned. I just reset my ban list again, like a couple days ago. I can't remember exactly when, but Yeah, no, a lot of the troll. I mean, they come in and they go. So we got a bunch yesterday. Whatever. But yeah, it's been pretty dead recently. So it's sort of good, to be honest, because the overwhelming majority of people on the server are just toxic fucking assholes. That's all they are. They're not worth talking to at all. So if it was up to me, I would, but it's just kind of like a bot problem, I guess. You can only have like 500 people on your ban list, so yeah, the activity is going down though. I think it's just a general server thing, because like when I first got the room, I mean, we had to reset the ban list like fucking once every 2 weeks, 3 weeks or something, and then it just, it gets it because people get, they know that what's going to happen. As soon as they say some dumb shit, it's just mute and ban. So, but that's good, right? I don't want those people in here. I'd rather because it's just easier on the recording, because like if they don't come in and I clip it out with the silence eliminator thing, it's easy. But they come in, make noise, and that's going to show up as sound, and it'll be in the video, and then I'll have to go back and fucking edit it and shit like that. I mean, it would be nice to have content, but I got an emotional state I gotta look out for. So and then I bet a lot of people who used to come in and do that shit, now that they know that I'm live streaming, they're less prone to do it, come in and troll and say stupid shit because it's live streamed and they can get in trouble for it. Not it's just kind of like an on notice warning for those kind of people, so that puts them off. Politics actually implemented for this chat room, so we don't let anybody with the minors tag in. So if they're a minor, they can't come in. And if you're a politics initiate, you come in, which is like rank 1, like when you first join the server. You don't get to talk. You have to be on the server until you level up to journeyman, which doesn't take too long, but it makes you put in enough effort to where you're not being a douche all the time. But still, even then, it's a flood. I mean, what is school in? I don't know what it is, but yeah, hopefully it'll pick up later. It's still, people are working. It's mid-afternoon here. It's, my time, it's about 1 o'clock. It's 12 to 1 o'clock. So it'll pick up later, though. It's kind of shitty for you because you're all the way over where you're at. Hopefully the shortened lives keep you entertained. And also, they should get, like, insofar as the editing, the quality of the audio, it should be better from here on out, because I'm doing a new technique or whatever for it, so it's smoother. It's harder to detect the transitions. Yeah, so here, I'll just read it so people, who are not reading Discord chat. Because, on Discord we have a side chat there, and I have all my rules and stuff posted there. And I also have my mission statement. But hey man, mute your microphone. Learn how to use your fucking microphone on Discord, dude. So my mission statements, the room is intended as a resource for people looking to escape their current ideological and philosophical positions, and is focused mostly around a topic, the God thing. This is not a typical debate room. We do not afford equal time to dumb ideas. It goes on to say a bunch of other shit, but that's like the meat of the mission statement, is that, I spent, I don't know, like 15 years or so, like debating and going back, and I still debate. I still have debates. You'll see them in these recordings or whatever, but within like the last year or so, I've just really fallen off of being able to handle the pushback anymore, because there's a lot of it, and people push back for the same consistent reasons, and just a general holistic misunderstanding of Igtheism, and that's why I decided to just really what pushed me into wanting to make content about how people like me argue. So when I say I'm not really looking for pushback, I just mean in those kind of instances and stuff, generally, like in a conversation with a person at a certain point, like I could tolerate some minor level of obstinance, because it's just, you got to deal with obstinance with people on the internet, because they're not primed for that, and they're not reading my side chat where I'm telling people I'm not looking to debate you. I'm not even looking for people who want to disagree. Like, that's what they're intending to do. They want that back and forth. They're looking for an opposition. I'm more sliding into just an educator for what I can educate in my capacity as an educator. People want to know Igtheism, so they come at me with it. But the problem is, the way that I've learned to articulate and promote Igtheism is from debate. So, unfortunately for me, in order for me to get my brain to work and do Igtheism, I sort of have to be amped up, in a high emotional state. It's just, it's a weird part of my memetics that when I can't focus on something, I can't learn. When I focus on things, I can learn real well. But if I can't focus on things, it's really difficult. And memetically, throughout my life debating, I've been hostile while learning and applying. I've been in a hostile, amped up state. So the way my brain thinks of Igtheism is kind of filtered through hatred, frustration, rage, discontent, malcontent. They just all different kinds of typically negative emotions, because I've always argued my position with the intent to help others get out of their problems, because that's what happened to me. I was a theist when I got online. I met some atheists, and they just shocked me out of it. And it took that kind of mental shock to get my particular brain out of it. And then it sort of, emotionally, it got worse for me, because then I started realizing what was happening around me to, my fellow humans and shit. Started realizing that in all the houses around me, there's that level of what I call cognitive abuse, social child abuse, cognitive child abuse. It's cognitive malnourishment. If I don't feed my child like food, that's child abuse. I'm malnourishing the development of their body, right? They need the nutrients to grow. The way the brain works is it sort of needs to be psychologically primed on basically every task, right? Everything you want your brain to learn, it needs to be primed in a way. So if you want to learn logic, if you want to learn mathematics, if you want to learn any of these tasks, you don't just pick them up as you get older, right? You have to be trained in these, like even language. Language is not naturally acquired. It's inculcated. We are using language all the time. And from the moment that your fetal brain was capable of picking up sound and transmitting sound and acoustics, even through tactile sensation, your body was learning to computate, through vibrations in the womb. Tactile sensation, that's how it's being primed, right? In order to get the neurons to develop, they need to be stimulated. Stimulation requires priming or input. And when you have one house after another psychologically denying that priming, or they're denying the priming psychologically, like it would be the equivalent of not allowing your child to learn mathematics, right? You could hopefully understand the damage, the prolonged long-term damage that would happen to that person you know, like in the long haul, a little redundant there, but like in the long haul, that if you did not, the earlier you begin denying them access to certain mimetic, you know, bids, math, science, right, all that shit, the sooner you get involved in that, the dumber your child will function when they become an adult. The quicker you delay the onset of the development of logic, the dumber they will be. And so to make the point, you know, I'm always using the, you know, I'll say the R word, you know, for cognitive delayed development, physical development. And people say, you know, in conjunction with my aggressive tone, the way I'm using memetics, the way I'm presenting the facts, it all comes out as just this rage hate of stuff, but it really isn't. If you like kind of look in through the emotion that I have attached to all of this stuff, you'll kind of see where I'm getting at. So when I say I don't want pushback, generally it's because I've gassed out with the obstinance. And I'm seeing that the individual is more taking a contrarian position rather than a genuine opposition because it's where they're coming from. If I know it's genuine opposition and genuine ignorance and stuff like that, I am all in. I am invested in helping someone come to terms with their ideas, giving them everything that I know to help them make the next step in their you know, logical journey or whatever. But because I'm taking an empathetic approach with this in conjunction with my overly hostile nature and all of the discontent that forms, it gets grating.
Wait, you think you're hostile?
It gets hard. It gets hard. He's like this guy. It gets hard to communicate with people because the people I've been interacting with 20 years, probably about 90% of them don't appreciate what I'm trying to do for them. And it's mostly my fault because I'm such a toxic piece of shit. And so, I mean, that just, you know, it's hard to communicate that because it's so sort of backwards. Like people don't get where I'm coming from and where the hostility is rooted, right? They just hear the hostility and get triggered. So yeah, there's not really a lot I can do about that. It's just part of the way that my brain works. And at a certain point, I don't want the pushback because then I fully shifted from, you know, a person who wants to help you to someone who just wants you to fuck off because you're that type of person. You're the person who's going out there. I start forming in my brain that you're one of the manipulators. You're one of the people who goes and abuses their children. You're one of the people that cognitively malnourish your own children. I start thinking like that, and I just get overwhelmed with the hatred. And then I basically push the person to not want to interact with me so that I don't have to put them on my ban list and shit. I become so toxic to them that I just want them to go away and not come back, basically. It's sort of why I always snap like that, like, because it's always there. I'm holding it back to have these conversations, and because I want to help, right? That's my intent. But again, it's just in conjunction with just such a hostile, miserable personality. So, and you know, when a miserable motherfucker who is just filled with hate wants to actually help, and then you get shit on for it, I mean, you know, it's hard not to want to just get raged out and crash out and shit like that. So, yep, that's the nature of me not wanting the pushback. It's not all the time, because I understand people need to push back to understand these, you know, thoughts and principles and shit like that. But when it's just obstinance and pushback, yeah, that's when I snap and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm done with you. Again, because it's in my mission statement. I am specifically looking to interact with people who want my help. That's in my mission statement. So I'm completely unapologetic in that regard. Like if you can't get it by reading my mission statement, it's pinned in my side chat. It's always there. It's ready for everyone to read at their leisure. They're supposed to be reading the individual room rules anyway, so they're reading them right there. I've taken the time to make the important information bolded and all this stuff, right? And these rules are there to maintain an environment where I am able to think and promote the philosophy in order to help people. If I was to be all calm and passive, my brain just can't do Igtheism, right? I have to start getting amped up and excited, whether it's through rage or genuine excitement. But most of the time, it's just through hostility and anger and discontent and me wanting to correct a person that I see as a problem in society. The reason I'm trying to correct them is because, as I say, they're stinking up the environment. If they weren't stinking so bad, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'd rather go back into the hills, but it's become so toxic up there from what all these filthy ass monkeys are doing down there, right? So, this is the social contract is like if everybody was being good monkeys, we wouldn't be yelling and shouting at each other and stuff. I wouldn't be upset that I see people around me abusing their children according to my sensibilities. When I look out at the world, I see just child abuse fucking everywhere. I see human beings just abusing the absolute fucking shit out of their children. It's just cognitively. It's not necessarily emotionally, and it's not physically. It's not nutritionally, right? But there's a lot going on in society that we just think is okay, and it is not okay. And we really need to start continue pushing forward, right? Like we don't have child labor anymore, right? We got rid of it. We used to think that child labor was perfectly fine, but enough people talked about it and got people to realize maybe we shouldn't employ children in the fucking coal mines, right? And this is just another thing, right? We don't beat our children anymore, not like we used to back in the fucking 80s. I grew up as an 80s baby and as an 80s child, and I got the fucking shit kicked out of me, right? And it would be child abuse by today's standards. I don't feel like I was child abused because everybody was getting their fucking asses whipped back then, but what happened in the 80s, if it happened in today, yeah, your ass is going to fucking jail, probably multiple felonies and shit for child abuse and shit. Welts on your child's ass, right? Like, how many fucking belt marks and shit? I mean, it's just how it was. But we said to each other, hey, look, we've learned a lot. This is not right. This is not okay to raise your child any way that you want, right? And so we've begun through progressive incursions, shaping the way that children should be and the way that parents can raise their children. We've put in sort of guardrails in society, and experts have helped build those guardrails to kind of steer us towards a more empathetic animal and shit. So, when you have parents with unfettered access to their own child's brain in the privacy of their own home, where they can just gaslight the child nonstop, just gaslight the shit out of them for years. Almost 2 decades, parents have sole access to that child's brain. And I don't think it's responsible of society to say to ourselves, yeah, there's no problem with that. There's no problem with that. There's problems with that. Let's be real. There's problems with it. But it's still part of our culture that we do believe that we do have the right to raise our child to any religion that we want. And I'm not necessarily in opposition to that. Just sort of like I say, you have every right to to discipline your child as you see fit. Again, that's within the context of the guardrail society has put up. You can't beat your kid no more. I don't give a fuck if it's your kid or not. It's because it came out of your balls doesn't give you any right to physically damage that child. So this is an extension of that mentality. Say, just because it's your kid doesn't give you the fucking right to gaslight that little shit, right? Because it's only your child up until it's 18. Then it's my child, right? Then I have the same fucking rights over that human being as you do. You have no more rights over that human being than I do because they're their own human being, right? And they're going to run out there in the world, meet people like me, and probably less assholes, but they're going to meet people like me that give them pushback. And if all you did was gaslight your fucking child and you didn't set them up for being able to think, guess who they're going to be mad at when people like me shit on your worldview? They're going to be mad at me. That's guaranteed. But they're also going to be mad at you because you're the gaslighting piece of shit that lied to them their entire fucking life. And that's one of the problems that people should be able to see is that maybe you got lucky and it's not happening in your household. but your neighbor's doing it, and all your neighbors around you are probably doing it. Unless you agree with everything that your neighbors believe. Do you agree with it? No, of course not. Right? Do you want your neighbor raising your children and having unfettered access to their brains? No, of course not. Because you don't believe that they have the mental capacity to raise your child like you do. They don't have the care and concern. Somehow this is just an automatic thing because it came out of my balls. I'm the one who cares about it the most. But that doesn't fucking follow. Have an abusive father, right? Have one of those, and you'll learn real quick. Just because something slid out of a thing's balls doesn't mean they love it. Doesn't mean they're teaching it right. Doesn't mean they're encouraging it right. Doesn't mean they're doing any of those fucking things, right? It just means that it came out of their fucking balls. And so why is it that in our culture we think just because something slid out of our fucking balls that we're the leading goddamn expert in the development of that child? This is why we've invented the concept of it takes a village to raise a child, because individually, all of us, because of the hyper-specialized world that we live in, are incapable of raising our own children, right? We're incapable of making sure that our own children meet all the milestones of life. There's too many. And they're too high, especially when you get into the latter years. You start getting into 18, 25, 30, right? You start moving the fucking thing. It's like, holy shit, it's getting so complicated. If your son specializes as an engineer and you've been something else all your life, what makes you think you're the world's four leading expert on the development of your child's, engineering? Nothing, right? The fact that your kid came out of your balls doesn't mean he's doing engineering by relation to that, right? And this is this weird delusion that we got in our head, and we think, yeah, it's perfectly fine for all of us to just indoctrinate our children any way that we want. Let's be fucking reasonable here. It's not, right? And if you think that there's a way to misapply inculcation in one's household, I'm just labeling that cognitive malnourishment, right? That's all I'm saying. And if you buy into all that bullshit, then you should be able to kind of understand where I'm coming from. I see child abuse all around me. I can't go after the kids. I got to go after the people that come at me with their religious bullshit, and then I got to try to attempt to inject into their brains a set of morals that says it's not right to go home and teach my kid in a modality I don't myself accept. Dude, look, if you believe on faith and you teach your child on faith, nothing wrong with that, right? That's what you believe. But if you believe on faith and you teach your child on absolute certainty and you're willing to discipline your child for that kind of disagreement, you're abusing your child. That's what you're doing. You're literally gaslighting your own fucking child. I can understand if you want to gaslight me. I can understand if you want to gaslight your neighbor, or maybe even your wife or your mom or dad. I can kind of get that. But when you're gaslighting your own child when they have no conceptual ability to push back, you're the worst. You're the worst kind of gaslighter. So yeah, this is why I get on here and I talk to these fucking toxic assholes who are out here generally, by and large, promoting pedophilia, promoting child sexual slavery, promoting child murder, promoting ethnocide, genocide, promoting, sacrificial offerings, promoting all kinds of fucking things. These people are out here with the most toxic fucking religions in the universe. Like, Christianity is by far the worst of all the religions. When you read the trash that is in that fucking book, I really don't understand why people are on my nuts about being hostile towards these people, because they're not non-hostile. Christianity is not a passive, loving religion. It's a toxic, vitriolic fucking religion that hates nearly everything. So, world, eat my fucking dick. Fuck you if you think I'm the piece of shit in this equation. But anyway, all right, let me read some more questions here.
Wow.
Let's see, Igtheism, so they can gather and tell you how they're wrong. Isn't that pushback? Yeah, I'm fine with that. If people show me how I'm wrong, ChatGPT did it to me last night. I got butthurt for about 3 seconds. Then I hit all the backspace from the shit I was about to talk to a fucking robot. And in that amount of time, I started realizing, hey, shit, fuck, right? You gotta learn to adapt. That's what intelligence is. Learn new shit. And if you're wrong, you gotta update it. So I'm always up for pushback. Just not certain kinds of pushback. And oftentimes I'm not very articulated about what kinds, like right there, like what kind of pushback? Obstinance. I'm not looking for obstinance, right? Where it's just like you just want to be difficult. Absolutely not interested in someone who just wants to be difficult. Let's see. Do you think it would have been better if you could argue this philosophy without going through this hate? Yeah, it probably would have been. People wouldn't be able to just easily call me a powder keg and trigger me and explode the conversation. I'd be able to maintain logical coherence. So yeah, I do agree. That's why it's kind of a disability. You know, if you make fun of me for being a powder keg, you're kind of making fun of, you know, somebody with a disability. Let's just put it that way. You're making fun of someone with a disability if you have a problem with my attitude. Look, I think your attitude is made. Look at the ideas. Yeah, attitude is something that there's a lot of problems with the attitude. But again, if you put into scope, who am I looking for? I ain't looking for someone who ain't looking for me, right? This is Hansel and Gretel. This is Marco Polo, right? That's what's going on here. It's like, I'm looking for someone who wants that kind of shit, right? They're not a Christian in here trying to save my soul. They're not a Muslim in here trying to do whatever the fuck Muslims. I don't know what they do because I've never had a conversation on that level. I don't really get indoctrinated by Muslims. They just want to shit on you on here. I'm sure Muslims do the same thing, but on Discord, Muslims, man, I tell you what, if you're listening to this and you're a Muslim and you're all like, dude, this guy's being all bigot, how about this? You join this fucking server and prove me wrong. Okay, you come in here and you not be an asshole and we'll have a conversation and I'll start saying other things. But like 99.99% of the Muslims I've talked to on Politics Discord, these dudes walk in here like they're fucking imams, bro. Right? Like I should be getting on a fucking rug too when they speak. So I just can't do that. I can't treat someone like that. So, you know, you start dealing with the people that you interact on here. You kind of understand where the hostility comes from. Most people just have the self-control and all that stuff to not freak out. But everybody knows I'm right about that. They know I'm right about that. And then you should be able to put two and two together. I'm right about that. Plus I'm a powder keg equals dude's going to freak out. Super, like, all the time. Well, attitude isn't all of it. I listen. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. If you can get past the attitude, I believe most people agree with what I have to say. It's just the way that I deliver it triggers the fuck out of them. Sometimes that's intentional. I know what I'm doing. I have insight. I'm not that dumb, right? And I just play it to my advantage because I've learned to become a toxic asshole because I deal with toxic fucking assholes all the time. So I am a toxic asshole. There's no hiding that. I can't hide that. Why would I lie about that? Can't hide it. Just listen to my fucking lives. It's there. There's no hiding it. So yeah, if I had a time machine, I wouldn't be like this. I'd be different.
Is an external critique a fallacy?
An external critique of fallacy? No. It can be. It depends on the direction, right? Like if you're going at them, and you're not specifying that I'm objecting from a position I already understand is true, right? You can only use an external critique if outside of the system you're analyzing, if you can agree to a fact, and then you use that fact to undermine the system you're analyzing. But it don't do no good. Like if someone says, "Hey, creationism's real," and I say, "Nuh-uh," because biology, I understand that they don't buy into biology. It's not going to be an external critique for them, right? For them, but to someone else that understands the logic, they're going to be, yeah, it refutes it.
Yeah.
I mean, it don't even work when you do an internal critique with these people. You internally critique a theist's argument. It's not like they just fucking stop believing in shit. They still do it. They don't care about they don't care about logic. They don't give one shit about logic.
Yeah. You're just pointing out the problem with it, but not necessarily for them. You're just like showing people perhaps.
Yeah, that's why I tell people basically what I just said, that if someone says, like, how do you disprove God? And I'll say, well, I'll just use Yahweh. Yahweh's a very easy God to disprove.
No.
You know, you take a thing they know is true about Yahweh, like Yahweh made a magic dirt person, you know, a few thousand years ago, right? They believe that Yahweh did that feat. Well, if you could prove that feat never happened, there was no dirt person magically moved into existence by a cosmic pedo, right? That never happened, right? So then the entity responsible for doing it doesn't exist. It's just not real. Now, again, if they don't buy into the external critique, then yeah, it's not going to really help them.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you.
Those kind of things are more for the Socratic method, you know, the internal Socratic thing. Like for an internal thing, like internal and external critiques are kind of what you do on your own time, in your own philosophy, developing it, you kind of flesh it out. The nature of a fallacy is sort of like after you've fleshed out your philosophy, you put your philosophy forward. The nature of a fallacy is for that your interlocutors could tell you where you fucked up, and the idea is that you go back to the drawing board. It's not that you just get all mad, pull out a gun, and shoot your interlocutor. That's typically what we get here on Discord.
Yeah. Do you use like an internal critique to like point out a contradiction, or like is that the only like reason you would employ an internal critique or an inconsistency?
Yeah. Internal inconsistencies, yeah, they don't necessarily have to be. They could be like continuity errors and shit. They don't have to be necessary contradictions.
Yeah.
But yeah, any kind of internal structure of problem would be the result of finding one of those would be an internal critique. You're taking a system stuff within that set and using it to show that that set's incoherent, incompatible, contradictory, stuff like that.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you something. So like, can you have like let's say like you make like a category and like you know, like you make a system or a category or whatever, and then like someone wants to like say, hey, my category is better. Like they would be doing like an external critique or what? Or my system is better. And they're like saying, oh, based on your system, based on my system, your system is wrong because my system.
I think it's kind of a combination of both. In that situation, because you're trying to show that one system's better than another, so you're finding parallel tasks, right? So that's going to be external, right? Because you're comparing two different sets. But once you have this idea of efficacy, right? Once you've developed, you now have a comparison, right? You have one thing, you have nothing to compare it to. Then you have two things. Now you can compare it to it, and that's an external. But once you're aware of that external system, you can then apply it in your own model, right? You can apply this technique that you learned about this other relationship. You could apply that technique that may not be a unique thing of your system, but it's true of logic, right? So you learn something with this other person. Now you apply it to your own. Maybe you miss something. Then you can use, so it's sort of a combination of both. It just depends on what you're considering. Internal is just worried about what's true of this system. And because you kind of learn something more about logic from thinking about option B, because of the proposition efficacy, right? You can now do another type of external critique, which is the value of efficacy in each one of those things, right? That's external. But then you move into internal, right? You'd find, like, say now in option B, you've determined that it does all of option A. It does at least as good as everything in option A, but adds all these other things, right? There's all these extra things that option B can do. That's another metric that you now use to understand efficacy with the internal structure of the model, option A, where you now can ask, can model A do this? And the answer is no. And that's internal, right? But you've applied something from the external to it that this model B can do that too, right? It could do the thing that model A can't do. But it's sort of a combination of internal and external. I don't really think there's, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't know if there's truly one way to do this. I think it's kind of, if you're comparing something else, you're going to have to kind of frame shift repeatedly like that to kind of analyze it. whether it's an internal or an external problem.
I see.
Because, like, take something like nomological contradictions, right? Things that are impossible due to properties that we understand. That's closer to like it's the notion that you can jump to the moon is counterindicated or contraindicated by your monkey form, right? Like
you can't do that.
Yeah, you just can't do that. It's impossible. And so that's the same essence of a contradiction. You just can't do that is the conclusion. You can't do that. Like you can't square circle. You can't do that. That's why a contradiction's real, because you can't do that. And so there's a logical form of you can't do that. And then there's a nomological form of you can't do that, which is the contradiction. We call it a performative contradiction.
Yeah. I see.
I think the fucking battery in my iPhone is fried.
Like the reason why I'm asking you is because like I want to know something. Like let's say someone has a system or a model or whatever, and it's like internally consistent and it's like there's no contradictions in it, and like someone is like trying to judge you and saying, hey, your model is wrong because like it's wrong because based on my model, like it would be wrong, but there's no contradiction in your model and like there's no inconsistencies.
That's fallacious. That's an external critique, and in that form it's fallacious. But you know, the people debating, you know, may end up flipping their position, right? That's kind of the point of debate. It's the point of pointing out an external critique, is that, you know, a person can be locked into their own, you know, situation, but they can also be kind of bumped out of it too by that, the we concept, the, you know, third presupposition that we're sharing an experience and we have our different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of us don't come to these platforms with that in mind. We come here amped up, wanting to shit on people. Most of us don't come on here and be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking learn today. I'm gonna go around to fucking every fucking room and I'm gonna learn some shit. That's not what happens. No one uses Discord like that. They don't even like using a proper platform that like for that. Like
a lot of people don't know. Or they're
like
not
school,
exposed or something. I don't know.
People just generally people don't want pushback. You know, going back to what I was saying about pushback, generally.
Did this guy prove it? That guy.
Talked the other day. Yeah, and Pat, what you're saying, you say you have so much experience and this ability to make the person focus, but I don't technically have that ability. That ability is bestowed upon me by Politics Discord with my ability to mute people. To have like a one-on-one debate, all formal and shit like that, it's not going to work. It's just not that. I mean, dude, I could hold my own in a debate. But trying to debate someone on Igtheism, it's not really a debate thing. I've come to realize it's a philosophy of linguistics, and I'm trying to get someone to learn to communicate differently, not necessarily telling someone not to believe or disbelieve in ontology, in God or not God or any of that shit. It's just how we communicate, right? That's really what I'm hyper focused on. Is I don't care if your fucking God exists or not. It's irrelevant to me. Your God can exist and I will still tell you the same fucking thing absent the experience. Period. Absent the experience, I'm going to say the same thing. You're making a claim about ontology and you have no epistemic foundation. You need to get epistemic foundation. You're making a claim about ontology. The only way to get that is through experience. Sorry you don't like it, but that's the case. You cannot intuit or just construct a prior and just start inferring, right? The prior is developed from the experience, right? But people just skip that. They think that they can analytic or just presuppose ontology, and it's just fucking stupid. Yeah, you could presuppose ontology, but at the end of the day, nuh-uh is going to negate everything you just said. Everything. Nuh-uh is equally as likely to whatever you say. You could say poopy poopy dick fart, or you can give the most eloquent fucking speech ever, right? And at the end, nuh-uh is gonna negate it because you forgot the fucking ontology. So yeah, you could define anything any way you want, but the only meaning of a thing that exists in reality is the thing that exists in reality. If you say the words are the meaning, nuh-uh. The words are the map, right? The thing out there is the meaning. We just use symbolic representation to try to overlay what we're perceiving. We're trying to match our words to perfectly fit the thing that we're perceiving. And the reason we're doing that is because the thing that we're perceiving is giving us the meaning to the words that we're using to describe it. So they just got their operation backwards. Step one, there is ontology. That's step one. We don't know if there is ontology or not, but that would be step one. A thing exists. Step two, observe it. Step three, report your observation. People want to just report their observation, and I'm saying you've skipped straight to step three. You need to start with step. You can't even start at step two. You can't just say I'm experiencing. Okay, well, but what? What are you experiencing, right? Step one, what? Right? This is some shit I learned in 5th grade. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. I know you guys learned that in some school level. I don't know what level it was for you. It was like elementary school for me. I learned who, what, when, where, why, and how. If you already know who, what, when, where, why, and how, if you've already heard that expression, you're hearing my voice, then you should know everything I just fucking said is true about presenting and representing ontology. But because there's so many fucking nerds out there that will gaslight the shit out of you, they'll say everything I just said is bullshit. Don't listen to that. They'll also tell you dumb shit like absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. They'll say that shit with a straight face, just looking at you, dead fucking locked in the eyeballs. And they'll say the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So I don't know where the fuck these morons got that idea. I mean, that is the only way to prove that a thing is not there, is that it's not there. That's the only way to do it. Like right here, to my right, is not $1 million. Okay? There is not $1 million here. And it looks exactly like there ain't $1 million here. So the absence of there being $1 million is the evidence that there is not $1 million right here. What the fuck does it mean that there not being $1 million pile right here of money is not evidence that there's not $1 million pile of money, right? It's just fucking dumb as shit. But I don't know how many times I've heard. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've heard a big brain nerd tell me, yeah, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. What the fuck do you mean? And so to understand what they're trying to say here, they're doing this weird linguistic trick. So like take the statement, there is a God. There is a God. 4 words. It's not hard. There, look it up. If you don't believe me, is a reference to location. It is a reference to a location. So where is the most relevant word we can ask about the first word in the statement, there is a God? Then the second word is. That's referencing being, essence, manifestation. So you're saying in a location, manifest is this thing. That's what you're claiming. There is. Where is? Where what? Where what? See what we're doing here? Where what? Now we need who's and when's, right? We need some of that shit going on. So if you're saying there is a God, okay, so we have a God. What does a God mean? Well, a God just means there is. It's the same thing. It's the same exact clause. It's just a God is where we get the contextualization of what there is, right? But we still don't have a where. There's no where, because it's the location with the manifestation of the thing that is justifying, underpinning this latter half of the other two words, a God. So if there's not a God there, then the statement's false. See what I'm saying? So the absence of evidence is evidence of absence. What you got to do, this is how I argue that point with people. I say, okay, I got my finger pointing. I am now pointing my finger. Right now, it's currently in the upperly direction, sort of off to the side a little bit. I don't know what direction that is for you, but I am currently pointing in that direction. Now, all you got to do is tell me what direction do I point my finger, where the statement, there is no God, is not true. Do I point it here? I'm pointing here. Is it not true there? If it is a false statement, then between my finger and what is the thing that you're referencing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a linguistic trick. They've just tricked us by using the expression there is a God, when what they mean to say is somewhere there might be a thing I can't describe. That's all they're saying linguistically. That's what they're actually saying. They're saying there is a God, but what they mean is somewhere there might be, because that's the is, might be, may be, right? Is, might be a God. A thing that I don't understand what it is. That's what a God is. A thing that I don't understand what it is, because the thing that I would understand what it is, we've already declared is not in a location with essence. There is. So this is just linguistically broken. So, but since you've been gaslit your entire fucking life with that statement, your brain has just kind of snapped and said, okay, I'm going to interpret there is a God to mean anywhere in the universe there might be a thing that I don't even know what it is, but I'm not going to pay attention to how vapid and incoherent that statement is. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. There is a God. And then another guy's he's just saying, I'm just going to say it too. There isn't a God, right? But where isn't a God? Atheist, where is not a God? Where? Is it right here? What about here? What are you looking at? When you look right here, what the fuck are you looking at that isn't there, that should be there if your statement, there isn't a God, were false? What would be there? You would have to be like when I say right here, there isn't an elephant. You could say that, you'd be like, all right, dickhead, what would be there if your statement was wrong? I'd be like a fucking elephant, right? An elephant would be there. If my statement, there is an elephant, is false, then there won't be an elephant there. And if my statement, there isn't an elephant, is false, there would be an elephant there, right? But they've tricked us into just accepting that you could say there is a God, then hey, we're on equal footing here, guy, buddy, okay? Okay, we're not on equal footing because you just gaslit me. You're asserting ontology that there is, but you didn't ontology. You didn't actually at any stage ontology. You didn't do that part. You completely neglected ontology, but you said it. You said it. Big boy, you used your big boy mouth and you said the words. And people understood those words, but those words are cognitively meaningless. Cognitively meaningless. They're conceptually meaningful. Maybe, I guess, to some people, not to me. But I don't care if they're conceptually meaningful because they're cognitively meaningless. Because what is the meaning of A? It's fucking A. What is the meaning of a beaver? It is a beaver. It's not the lexicon. The lexicon is not the meaning of a beaver. The meaning of a beaver in our lexicon was derived from our observation of the beaver. So the meaning comes from the beaver. The beaver is the meaning. The God is the meaning. So absent that, you have nothing. It is conceptually vapid. Let's see. I'm in prior curiosity. I saw one line of ID science. Did you study biology? Yeah, well, I did. Yeah, I studied a lot of biology. I have a degree in nursing. But I never became a nurse because of my emotional instabilities. So I decided that this is probably not the place I need to be with my kind of powder keg mentality, because I have a very high empathy drive, especially for child abuse. And yeah, you don't want me in the room kind of with that. Like, intellectually, you would want me in the room, I guess, right? As good as any other, probably better than some, worse than others. But emotionally, yeah, you won't want me in the room. Not for a situation like that. You will want a professional in the room, somebody that can keep their fucking shit together and not like create more problems for everybody. But I'm such an emotionally unstable fucking dumbass that, yeah, I can't be that kind of professional. So decided I'd do something else with my life instead of being a nurse. But yeah, I mean, that video's old. So, and I haven't really studied biology like that in those days. So I'm probably really rusty at it, but I mean, you can't really forget. But there's just so much shit that's developed. I mean, that video had to be like 15 years ago or something like that. Somewhere around 10 to 15 years ago. So. That was when I was like studying my prerequisites and shit. Because I had to okay, so this might come as a shock, but I was a bad student in school when I was at school. But I basically skipped from like 7th grade. I mean, basically all the way. I didn't do any like coursework or anything. Thank baby Jesus that Florida had the No Child Left Behind law, because if we didn't, I would have failed grade after. I would have probably been like in the 7th grade until I was like 18, right? Legit. Like, I'm not even bullshitting, because I didn't do any work. I was so like emotionally fucked in the head that I'd go to school, I'd fuck off until I got suspended, and then I'd leave and just walk the fucking streets all day long. That's what I did in my youth. I would say like 80% of the time I was supposed to be at school, I was out of school, either skipping school, I never went, or getting suspended. And when I was at school, it was because they knew I was being truant all the time, and so they would give me in-school detention, and then most of the time I'd just walk out. I'd just leave. And this was kind of before the police really did anything about it. Like, they would, but wasn't really much they could do, especially if I wasn't showing up and shit like that. And plus, I was I was going up for roll call and shit like that, so I was flying under the radar, and then none of my teachers ever gave a shit about me, so they were more happy that I wasn't in class, because if I was in class, I was just raging the fuck out and being a douche and then getting kicked out. Like, that was just, I was on repeat from like 7th grade on. And so I didn't know shit. I didn't know a goddamn thing. Did you seek therapy? No. And I didn't know a goddamn thing. So it wasn't until many years later, as a carpenter, 2008, the market was crashing and shit like that. Everybody was losing their job, and the only places hiring and shit in the classified ads were like nursing jobs and shit like that. So I decided I'd try to be a nurse, and I went down to my like community college and applied, did their placement exams, and if you guys saw my placement exams, you'd fucking laugh. They were abysmal. The only thing that I did well in was like reading comprehension. I did really well on reading comprehension for some reason.
Yeah, me too. A lot of people lack that skill. Honestly, they do.
And then I fucking I took their like what I thought was their dumbest math and shit. I took all their like grammar. I took grammar. Took all like baseline. I basically repeated school. I had to. I did my GED, got my GED, basically clept my GED though. So I didn't study for my GED. Me and my mom we went together to go get our GEDs. And so I did that, and then I placed, and I placed real low. I had to do a lot of prerequisites, a metric fucking shitload. I had to repeat high school, middle school, basically. I had to do all that all over. I didn't know how to do math. I didn't know grammar. I didn't know none of that shit when I went to college. So I had a lot of prerequisites. I fucking nailed it though. I fucking nailed it. That wasn't the problem. I'm telling you, it was never intellectual. It was never my problem. Never one time on the problem. I fucking nailed fucking university. I butt fucked university, okay? I butt fucked nursing, motherfuckers. I butt fucked it. I bent it the fuck over and I fucked it. That's what I did with the nursing program. That's how dumb I am. But yeah, emotional stability, I am about as dumb as you get on the EQ chart.
Wait, bro, what's your body count?
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
So sorry, bro. Don't mute me.
Yeah, okay. I won't mute you then. Trans, can you kick this moron? It's not letting me do it. Is he a fucking moderator?
That guy?
Yeah, that guy. Just ban him. He's banned, but it won't remove him.
All right. If he comes back, I'll ban him.
Yeah, that's my total GPA, but I have classes on there that fucked it up like to that. Got fucked up. I got there are courses, so before I fully went back to school, I tried to take some computer science classes, and I had been enrolled in them, and one of my teachers was a dick and didn't unenroll, because I only went to like 2 days of school, and then I just said, fuck it, I ain't doing that shit. Never went back. And one of my teachers gave me a straight motherfucking F, dude. A full ass, whole motherfucking 0, bro. I tried to fight it. School told me to go fuck myself, so I went and fucked myself.
Computer science one?
Yeah, it was computer science stuff. Yeah, so that's what fucked my GPA up, but you take that away, it's higher. There's other stupid stuff on there too, but thankfully the nursing program only considered classes relevant to the courses. So with that, I had the GPA to get on it. But look, I mean, nursing is fucking stupid. It really is. It's fucking dumb. The entry part is like the hardest. It really is. But it's only that hard. The reason, look at it this way. They say you need at least like a 2.5 GPA in most programs. You're not even going to be on the fucking radar at 2.5 GPA. Like, it's just not even, you're not even on technically you're not even on the radar unless you have a 4.0 GPA. Because that's what they're going to do. They're going to look at all the students with 4.0 GPAs, and they're getting all first, right? That's what's happening. And then they'll start, getting some of the bottom feeders, the morons, right? If you don't have 4.0, they go with the dumbasses with, the 3.9. So now the dumbasses go. And so it's just, they kind of fill it up. Now, the reason they got that is because of the hospitals. You can only fit so many students in the hospitals in your region, in your area. So they basically fill to capacity what the hospitals say they will allow the clinics and stuff like that. They have to kind of plan that all out. And so they can only absorb so many students, and there's a lot more applicants than there are students. Seats. So that's probably why you've ever heard like they got high standards and shit like that. It's not because the nursing program itself is that hard. It's rough. Don't get me wrong, it's rough. But it's the path to entry. You really do have to be a stellar student to become a nurse, because you have to maintain I would say at least a 3.8 GPA. If you don't have a 3.8 GPA, really, if you don't have like a 3.9 GPA, it's hard. But a 3.8 GPA, you're probably getting in. There may be some seats for that shit, but that was what it was for me. It's like school was so fucking stressful because you had to get an A. You literally had to get an A in every fucking class. You could get like maybe 1 or 2 B's or something like that, but no, you pretty much had to get an A. And then to be even more dicks, just because it wasn't good enough, to get an A in nursing at my school, I won't give the exact number, but it was higher than an A to get an A. It was actually, they bumped it up higher, because you might be able to like dox me if I said, but it wasn't a standard A. It was a higher A. So you could get an A in nursing and it's a B. It's like literally a B. It's an A in every other class, but they make it's fucking stupid. I don't know why they did it, but they just wanted to make the shit fucking harder on people, so that's what they did. And man, I seen some kids that were just way better than me wash the fuck out. And that hurts my feelings so goddamn bad that I took their fucking spot. I took their fucking dreams, knowing that I got through that fucking program and then just said, yeah, you're a fucking retard, dude. This is not you. You get the fuck out of here. And when that dude, like, just like, that was one of the hardest parts of my life, probably right there, is coming to realization that I fucked up for myself, and then there are other people who would have benefited from my seat. And because of my performance, I kind of outshined them. They didn't get the spot, and then I just rage quit at the end. It's kind of fucked up. Think about it. That's the nature of the fucking animal. I wasn't the only one who did it. There were fucking morons in my cohort. Like, absolute fucking morons. It's like, holy shit, how do you have a 4.0? Like, you have a 4. Like, but don't get me wrong. And most people in it, like,
you gotta be pretty
geniuses.
stupid. College is pretty easy.
Most colleges, yeah, but nursing is probably the second.
I tutor nursing students, actually. Like, I make money doing that.
Yeah, it's rough shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It's one of the harder. It's definitely one of the harder programs, because you have to know anatomy and physiology and stuff like that, which is not easy.
They say some people say it's the hardest, but I think engineering as undergraduate.
Yeah, the very math heavy degrees like physics are the hardest.
Yeah, those are the shit ones. Hell, not to lie, that was the hardest part of nursing for me, was passing all the math shit. Because I actually had to study math. I didn't have to study like 90% of the like anatomy, physiology.
Right, I would have to commit my life to higher math if I really wanted to do it.
Yeah, science. My brain is a motherfucking sponge for science. So yeah, I basically slept a lot of the nursing program, because I went in there already knowing the shit just from a history of loving science and biology and everything else. I already knew the shit. But
yeah, right.
I was already in my 30s, when I went in. So it's not like I went in at 18 with that. I went in my 30s. So.
I hear you. I left my hatch open up.
Yeah, I never really been like a dumb person. I always say I'm not as smart or whatever, because I always just average out my IQ with my EQ, and yeah, that doesn't make me a smart person.
Yeah, my friend said nursing school was the hardest thing she ever did.
It's so toxic, especially like when I went, man, they absolutely fucked my cohort. They tried to fuck us harder, but I wasn't having it, and I rallied a revolt and basically saved my cohort. I was generally the hero. People loved me. Because what happened was, how do I say this without doxing myself? So we had a program, which was our online stuff. It's like our online stuff. It's shitload. Don't think it's just online. It's like a lot. Very information-rich stuff. Like, we spent hours and hours and hours and hours all day. Okay, so they had us on these programs, right? It was like when you got on the nursing program itself, they give you this plan, and you had all your degree time, your 2 years to do the coursework, and they broke it up into sections per, semester. Duh. Well, there was this problem, I'll just keep it really vague, guys, but there was a problem, and what they ended up doing is switching to a new program system, the online programs, right? And when that happened, our workload like tripled, right? We were on a regular nursing program, which is already hard. And then our workload like tripled because these fucking morons did some dumb shit, right? And so, we all went with it for like, I don't know, like a week or two. And then when we were coming to school for the meetup days and study sessions and shit like that, there was a theme. Everybody was gassed the fuck out, mad as shit. They had spent all weekend, like literally we were spending, I spent like 72 hours with like probably like 4 or 5 hours of sleep trying to cram a bunch of shit in because they unloaded this package on us and said, here, get this done, get caught up. And they didn't realize the amount, they put like 3 semesters of information on us like that. Right? We were like, whoa. So we stayed up all fucking weekend working, and then it was like Monday, we all got together, we stayed up Monday, like we were all cracked out, right? And we talked about it, and most of us were just like, yeah, we're not doing it anymore. We're just gonna go fucking tell them we're not doing it. We did that, and at first they were like, yeah, no, you're doing it. And so I guess that nurse thought that we were just gonna take it. We went to the dean, right? I went straight to the fucking dean, and I sat the dean down, and I had 3 professionals with like people doing all the talking. I did all the like planning and shit, but everybody was in agreement that I should not be doing the talking. And so there was like this older woman, she went with us, and she was our liaison, or my liaison or whatever. But yeah, we went in there, presented it, all of our evidence to the dean, and we could just see as the dean was going over our data, her face was just getting madder and madder and madder. And we were just like getting happier and happier, like as she's reading it. And she just put it down, and she said, she was just like, okay, thank you. We're gonna have a meeting. And she dismissed us. We went out, and it was the next day. They come out and they're like, yeah, all that shit we said, yeah, do it as much as you can, but it's not going to be graded. And fucking, but he did the rest of the work because we didn't need to. It was stupid. Like the questions that they were asking us in this fucking program were not meant for registered nurses. This was like doctor shit or something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was, what they ended up doing is they fucked up. It was like entirely on them. They tried to put it on us. And it was like the last 3 months of our fucking whole shit, right? It was before our end mission. We have like, I'm not going to say the word of it, but this end goal. And it was already a shitty fucking program. Then they did this shit to us. Then we had to fight them. Bro, we were about to go to fucking war. Do I regret that I'm not? No, I don't. I regret life, but I don't regret the decision. I made the right decision to not be a nurse. Like ethically. No regrets here. No, I've made no mistakes, no regrets, man. No, I'm just kidding. My life's been fucked up. It's fucked up. It's not as fucked up as a lot of people, but I don't have like a distended abdomen or anything like that, but I'm gonna live to see tomorrow. Unlike a lot of people, little kids and shit like that. So it's always hard for me to like judge that kind of shit. Because I believe in like John Rawls' theory of economic justice. One of the key principles is sort of the idea that you can make as much money as you want as long as the money doesn't come from the backs of the least well off, so that the least well off don't suffer for you to make your money. Sort of that approach that I evaluate my life by the lens of the least well off. And So my life would have to get very, 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 very bad for me to have a bad day in that regard. And I feel narcissistic whenever I say I have a good day or anything like that. If I say I had a good day, it feels like a narcissistic statement. It feels like a gross, selfish statement.
How do you escape that though?
I don't. There's not. You don't. It's just a rationalization of like an overview effect of the planet. If you got empathy and you care about human suffering and you're aware of human suffering, you should be miserable.
Fair.
You should be a miserable person. That's just. I don't know how you can have empathy and not be miserable on this fucking planet. Yep, later. I'll see you tomorrow or in the morning for me. Pat person asked a bunch of good questions. Yeah, I think this fucking phone just took a shit, man. It needs a new battery. I gotta like do a claim on it. You guys hear this shit about Barron Trump going to prison for raping people or something with Andrew Tate?
No, but I hope that's true.
Bro, you know how fucking crazy that would be? Yeah, I've seen 2 YouTube videos already talk about it, but I couldn't get through them. Like, my brain's just not in it today.
I was so just speeding in front of a cop. I'm glad you didn't pull me over.
You deserved it because you're a woman.
Shut the fuck up, Matt. Nobody likes you.
Yeah, female.
If you wanted to stop sucking so bad, just grow a penis.
It just makes y'all whiny little bitches.
You're just mad Top G got taken off the streets. Can you imagine feeling like you're a real man and trying to learn how to pick up women from a guy like Andrew Tate?
Dude,
Like,
that's so stupid.
Oh dear.
Like, holy shit, dude. I've never been like a ladies' man, but like, come on, dude. You can't be serious with this shit, dude. Like, does it work? Is that real? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know if it ever does. It just seems like some internet shit.
There are females out there that are attracted to men that treat them like dog shit, unfortunately.
I guess really, like I was watching his methods, and his method is really just spend a lot of money on him until they'll let you fuck them and then take them into prostitution. I guess that's not too hard. Like assuming you've got your own starting capital, you could be a piece of shit just like him. But yeah, man, can you imagine the fucking shit about Barron Trump, dude? He's 18 now, isn't he?
At least.
All right, Otto, you ready?
Don't let us down, Otto.
Nerd can't prove shit.
Who?
You, man.
You. So yeah, well,
Oh no, I said ooh. Oh, like O-H.
are you gonna
Or
start
O,
it?
or
Are you
more
gonna
like
start it?
O-O-O, honestly.
Yeah, are you gonna start proving it?
No, I can't prove that.
Okay,
Why
when you
not?
lose, get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Dominant.
Yeah. Is it a
Wait, what's wrong
cognitive
with me?
problem?
Yeah, yeah. So, is there like?
Is this like the theme of this channel? Because I feel like I joined in here before and it
Yeah,
was like
it's the
this kinda
theme.
like,
We're trying to ask you
kinda like
questions.
We want your
funky-
ideas.
No, well,
We're
not
trying to
that, but
diagnose
more
you.
like aggressively.
Dude, my
and
interest
like,
level
the way
are
that you're
plummeting, dude,
asking-
rapidly. I'm just
Yeah.
warning you. They're plummeting, not caring at all about anything that you're saying right now.
Okay, well, I'm just explaining myself.
Can you just go ahead and answer the questions that we're asking you?
Okay, ask me a question.
Why can't you prove that? Problem.
Why can't I prove it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you ask me? God ain't real, prove me wrong. God ain't real,
Yeah,
prove me
can't prove the
wrong. I
existence
would
of a
have
God
to.
thing.
Well, I mean, I guess technically it is. It is something that I could prove you wrong if God did just like show himself in front of me. So I guess there are
Okay,
ways.
then do it.
But it would have to be basically divine intervention that would be seen by more than just my
Wow.
own eyes.
Dude,
But I
you
can't
are
do it
just
through
making
any-
one claim after another with no substantiation to it whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, that's true. I am kind of thinking out loud.
You're overcomplicating it.
Yeah, why, for example, why are you thinking of God as a thing that has a penis?
A thing that has a what?
A penis.
Well, I don't. Wait,
Okay,
what?
all right, so why did you use the word he?
Did I say he?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That was a mistake.
Because what I'm doing right now
Well,
is I'm starting with a blank slate in my mind. Imagine that I'm just imagining an amorphous blob in a void. That's what I started with you like that. Your God is an amorphous blob in my brain. Then the first word you said, it took on the shape of a penis. I mean, we can. It's all right. It's back to an amorphous blob. Now, how should I conceptualize your God thing, and why should I do that? Remember, the why should I do that is more important. Like, I'll imagine a penis, but why? Why am I thinking of a penis right now? Right? Because you said he. But why are you saying he? Because you were thinking of a penis. Why were you thinking of a penis is the question.
That was good. This was fun.
That's what I thought. Knuckle. That's an atheist right there, guaranteed. That's an atheist. Thinks he's out of it, but just a vapid clown that doesn't have a philosophy. Sucks.
He's an atheo. Hard.
Yup. Oxygen collisions at the LHC show new indications of extreme state of matter. Did you guys hear that shit I was spewing about the binding strength of space-time?
No.
What
did the nerds do?
So I watched this video the other day of a guy asking a question of what is the kind of like binding, like how strong is space-time basically? Like if you think like a glass or something, like a window or something, if you were to pull on it, how much force would it take to crack the glass and split it? And then metal, like how much force does it take to like pull on a bar of metal to where it starts stretching? Like what's the strength, the field strength or whatever, of that binding energy? And he did some like calculations. This dude's video channel like triggers the fuck out of me because he has really good topics, but it's all in math. Like it's like 95% math. So, you know, I barely understand anything in it. But going over it, he was talking about the binding strength of like glass or something equivalent was like like I don't know what the unit is, but like 1. And then like metal, like hard ass metal was like between 1 and 10, right? So there's like soft metals, and then there's like really hard metals, and so like the really hard metals have like a number like to the 10th, right? It's factorial. So like 1 factorial is like glass, 10 factorial is like tungsten or something, right? the binding strength of fucking
Yeah.
space-time, if it has one, can by this nerd's calculation, has like 72 factorial is the binding strength that, and so the reason he's answering this question is because he was saying, so black holes slam together and they create gravity waves. And those gravity waves travel out, and we now have nerd devices that pick them up, the LIGO, right? And so the LIGO is a laser beam, and it tracks stretching, right? That laser beam can detect if it's being stretched or compactified. And it has a tolerance range of like 1 proton of jiggle over 4 kilometers, right? So if this 4 kilometer laser beam gets longer by the length of 1 proton, it can detect it, right? That's how sensitive this fucking thing is, right? And
buried underneath the ice.
no, I think it's on the surface, the LIGO super interferometer. I think. Every
I thought they bored the hole.
No, I don't know. Every video I've ever seen of it, they have it on the surface. It's like on a surface graphic. So I could be wrong, but every video I remember seeing.
Well, there's different forms, I think.
Yeah, it might be a different one, but the video was on LIGO.
That's cool.
Yeah, and so that's the tolerance range to detect up the jiggulations, which is a word I just made up to explain the fluctuations that the material of Earth and you and everything else happens when a gravity wave passes through. And so again, the 4 kilometers, 1 proton jigulation factor, and this interferometer can detect that. So black holes collide, they jigulate reality. Those jigulations travel and they pass through Earth, and they can stretch and compactify matter, right? So to get a gravity wave to crack glass would be 1 factorial. Metal to stretch metal would be 10 factorial. To break space-time itself, the jigulation factor has to be 72 factorial, according to this dude.
Collision of supermassive black hole.
Yeah, like even black holes can't do it. They can jigulate, but they can get nowhere near the amount of energy required to rip space-time. I thought that was like super dope as fuck. I love those kind of videos.
And it's funny, we've detected the wave, but we're looking for the particle now, right? The gravitron, the elusive gravitron.
Yeah, I don't even know if they don't even know if there is a graviton, dude. They fucking...
Well, that's exactly it. Gravity's so messy.
Yeah, they might not even go with the gravitons.
But as you said, we've seen the jiggle, right? Which is why we're continuing to look for the jiggle.
Yeah, there's jigulation. We know there's jigulation. We've got jigulators that can detect it. So we know that shit's real, apparently.
The very fabric of space-time itself.
That's what the nerds say. That's crazy that instrument could detect a change that small, the length of a fucking proton, bro. Like 1 proton. It's kind of cheeky how they do it, but they just get interference waves. So depending on the nature of the interference pattern that they got from the laser beam, it tells them like how much it's moved. So when these gravity waves like pass through, that shit just wobbles, right? Like protons, like all of Earth is fucking jiggling. Just you don't feel it, right? It's so small that you don't feel a jigulation factor of 1 proton. Like it's just not even a thing. Well, LIGO can feel it, I guess, but your monkey form can't. Makes you wonder, like all the energy in space-time, how if Penrose model is true and it goes all backwards and shit, will the bounce have enough jiggle factor to break space-time? Like, will it?
And I was confusing LIGOs with neutrino detectors. Sorry.
Yeah, the neutrinos are those are underground. No, but that LIGO, whatever, there's another nerd. I watched a video of his shit like a year ago, I want to say. And he was saying that with that technology, we would have to increase the sensitivity by a fucking shitload, a lot, but within reason. It's possible physically. And if we can get the sensitivity in this, it won't be set up the same. But to utilize the technology, they say they can maybe get around Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and they can use this instrument to track the its vector and its speed and all that shit. That would be crazy. Like the LIGO can't do it. It's not there. It'd have to be like they said it's like several orders of magnitude more sensitive, more powerful or whatever. But it's something about how gravity so weakly interacts with like literally like protons and shit, right? But it's there. And it would be a way to measure the operation, to keep track of the operation in real time, so that you're not making a measurement and then some period of time later you're making another measurement. That's the problem in quantum mechanics, is interfering with what's happening to the point that I guess like these quantum operations are they're fuzzy like that. Like you can't actually get them, right? You just, I don't know. I guess it's like Zeno's paradox or some shit. But yeah, the way this machine would work is it just feels like the underlying gravity field, and it would be tuned to that, and distortions in that can be traced in real time, and those distortions in that field, they're excitations of other fields that are interacting with gravity.
Yo.
Prove it.
He can't.
$700.
What?
I'm looking at how long this fucking
Dude, if you're not
chat
going to
screen
engage
open
with the
for.
conversation, stop making noise and get out of my room. I don't want to hear you.
Sorry, I can't hear you then. Like, you guys aren't talking.
We're asking you to prove the existence of a God thing.
Oh, I can easily prove the existence of God. I'll need you to define him first or her first, and then I'll prove it to you.
God is you wanting to lick my butthole.
Bang. Proven.
Is it you want to lick my butthole?
I told you. Proven.
Let's say it.
I want to lick your butthole.
That is on
You sure
the
got him to
internet.
say it.
It's on the internet now. That's permanent. Aliens will be listening to that here pretty soon.
This is humanity on full display. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah. Like, tune in for updates.
That's what I'm updated, tuned in.
God is real. You're all gonna burn in hell for not believing in Him.
All right, prove it.
Prove it. I'll give you $10 to convert to my religion.
None of your shit matters until you prove it.
How about this? How about I put your head on a chopping block and ask you to repent before God? And if you
Again,
don't, chop
none
your head
of your
off.
shit matters until you prove it.
It will matter when you're on.
This is your last chance, bro. I'm done with your fucking bullshit.
So the Christian race, right?
Prove it, dude.
Afternoon.
Let's go.
What's up?
What's good? You come here to prove it?
Prove what? Oh, that God ain't real? Oh. Okay. I would like to agree on definitions before I try to prove anything because, to keep it short and
Can
concise.
I
I didn't actually.
can I
What's your
see?
definition of God? How
Well,
broad is that definition?
Hold on. Do you believe in God?
Something you can't prove.
Wait, what?
You believe in God, Boots.
Uh, for me, okay, you want a clear like yes or no answer because I find that very hard for this
No, you can
specific
say I
type of
don't know. That's a
question.
good answer too.
No, it's not a I don't know. It's it's depending on definition. So some people's definition of God I believe in. Some people's I don't believe in.
Okay, well, give me
It's
yours.
but
And we'll see if it's real.
my personal definition of a God that I would believe in is more of a manifestation of some type of energy that exists in all living beings. Um, so I believe in God as like a shared experience or what the fuck ever, but that's very abstract. I believe in like
Well,
a
like
weird
the
abstract
universe is
type of
God,
God.
basically.
Like even Spinoza, like I don't
Yeah,
hate
like the
Spinoza.
universe. Like,
Yeah.
God, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Definition
yeah.
of the universe is God.
I could see that, yes. And I can also see how there would be a like human what's the word here? Humanified, that's not the word, but you know what I mean. Type of like how you would make it like yeah, like a man-made like archetypal thing. Yes, I see the function and the purpose of that. I see the function and the purpose neurologically of a lot of rituals that will be claimed as like, oh, it's a religious thing, but actually like the brain also just likes rituals and things, and yes, that can feel godlike because you're taking good care of yourself. So I believe in God as an experience. Yes.
Okay,
But
so you're not like talking about the Christian God concept of the
yes,
Bible.
no. Well, but then again, I can see how people believe in what I'm talking about, but they only know about that experience through the explanation of a Christian God. It's about the personal experience and how it helps you, basically. But to just answer, is God real? Like in the general sense of what most people would call God, no. But I think that's a trick question because I do believe God is real. I believe like everyone is their own deity, and actually people don't respect themselves as gods, and that's like a big problem.
Yeah, like I deified my wife's ass, and Latina booty's God to me.
Period. I love that for you.
Thank you. She does too.
Yeah, and yeah, your body is a temple, and her temple is your church. You know.
Yep, and she created life for me.
That's beautiful.
But she doesn't have any like magical powers except for when she like dances around. Then I'm
Yeah, but magic. What is magic is also kind of relative because I say I do believe in magic, and then I explain it in the most scientific way possible. So I'm just like, technically, this is alchemy, but it's just, science. But I like it because I'm autistic and I like when things sound cool and magical. But I also take it with a grain of salt and know I'm probably a retard. So,
we're
yeah.
all in some kind of way now.
Yeah, but I didn't actually look at the title. I just saw.
Did you check out the room?
Interesting usernames. I just saw interesting usernames. That's all. What's up?
There's room rules in the side chat and the mission statement. If you want to check it out, go ahead. It's pretty good.
Yes. Is this like one of the VCs that always is here?
Yeah, it's a challenge room.
Yeah. It's like a gym, basically.
Well, we're trying to unfuck retards' brains, especially the Christian and atheist.
How do you see like my general take? What's your opinion on that?
It's
identical
to my wife's. That's all.
Huh?
It's identical to my wife's. That energy is the only thing that would be considered God, and because it makes up everything.
Did you
is
see?
God.
Did you see? Yeah. Well, and I also know that that's just a copy way of using words, to explain. I know that that's not literal.
Yeah, semantics. Yeah, it's semantics.
But yes, but like I said, I see the scientific neurological purpose of ritual. So to just make it a little fairy tale, like if that makes me happy, like that's why I even think religion exists because that's just kind of how people work. Like you need a system, you need a belief system. Or else you're gonna be ruled by a system. You're always gonna operate under some type of system. You better try to have influence on what that system is, because if you don't, then you're gonna.
You got to rise above that system, sister.
Yes. Yeah. So I like creating my own system, but Anyways, what was I gonna ask? I was gonna say something else. I forgot. Let me read.
Now, just Ian, that's the point of the room. Like I said, the mission statement's in the side, so giving that a
Yeah.
read will help you understand.
Yeah. Oh, Igtheism. I never heard of that, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a linguistical philosophy.
Oh, ooh, I love both of those things, linguistics and philosophy.
Oh yeah, because nobody that I know of can say what the fuck they mean.
Well, but that's also because, okay, now this is my new special interest. I learned one thing. That's also because English is an analytical language, and if we actually had a agglutinative language, then people would see the purpose. There would actually be a function. This is a dead language. There's no room for context anywhere. You get diagnosed with autism if you try to use context. It's because of the language, also partially.
And literalism sucks too, because if I say "let's go eat grandma," wherever that comma goes is super fucking
true. That's true. That's so true. But it's also like in a lot of our Western languages, not saying like, oh, you know, I don't also want to fall into this trap of, oh, all native people are better than white people. But it just a lot of our Western languages, you can just kind of get away with lying and use emotional manipulation to convince people. And there's a lot of other, I'm sure you know, there's a lot of other language systems where whatever word you use is like made out of context clues that basically informs like how you know that, how you feel about it, what, who saw it. Like you can barely use emotion in language, which is just interesting. I'm sorry, I'm just like recently just fascinated with how language actually influences everything.
Well, that's what I said.
On a deep level, yeah. Like
say what they mean.
It's literally your toolkit, and there's different tools. Whoa, I'm sorry. I'm like high. I should shut up. That's
We're
not my
all
problem.
high.
I know
It's
exactly.
okay.
I know exactly what to say. I just say too much where other people are like, "Shut
Maybe you're
up."
not saying enough.
Yeah, not concise enough. I need to say. I need to find ways to condense.
Well, it's
Which
because
is
most people
how
are just dead.
language. Yeah, exactly. Which is how meaning deteriorates because you can't condense fucking everything. It's just impossible. Time is so important. Like fucking letting something marinate. Wow, have you considered it? Why do people actually want to live like it's Groundhog Day? Like they think that's normal. I don't know. People don't be pondering shit, man. It's crazy. Mm. Just because I love pondering shit, they say I have a processing disorder. Don't you think that's fucked up?
Dude, they told me
It's
that I had
crazy.
ADD, right? Not ADHD, ADD, right? And then they gave me some medicine. Hold on. They gave me some medicine, right, when I was a kid.
Uh-huh.
And within 3 weeks, they're like, "You need to get him off this medicine. We can't control him."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah, no, your brain just likes weaving things together instead of just going in a straight line like a fish.
But yeah, this room is a room to help people get out of their shitty beliefs and go on to a belief that's like functional and logical in the society that we
Do
utilize.
people come in here? Do people come in? I guess a lot of people come in here and talk about how they believe in God.
Well, yeah, but
Right.
they always tell us about B, but we always ask them to present A, but they never present A. They just present B, like 99.9%.
What is the B that they present, and what is the A that you're asking about? Just
I
so
think
I get
B's
my
Budweiser.
Yeah, like when they say, I have a God, right, that they believe in, and then we're like, well, can you demonstrate your God exists? And they're like, well, you have to like jump through hoops and you have to experience it like through the mind's eye, opposed to like physically interacting with the thing.
But do you think they're basically talking about the same, like they're what they call God does not entirely because of the whole problem with a lot of the like patriarchal part of the doctrine and how it's like not even, it's just not really whatever, like how people interpret Christianity. Part of it is kind of fucked up, but also part of it might serve the purpose of what I was initially talking about for those people. It has just been sold to them in this package,
Yeah, their parents abused them, lied to them.
Yeah. Use this like thing that if you believe in it, this is how I think, but if you believe in it the way I believe it, or at least you see like a functional purpose of how to implement it as a system, a take it with a grain of salt system, rather than punishing yourself with like, this boogeyman and using this iconography to like literally mentally self-harm yourself. Yeah, that's a different thing. But then when people have a good day, they also ascribe it to the same like mental abuser. It's actually insane. Yeah, I have some religious trauma as well, but I kind of figured out this shit early, luckily. I think because I started reading philosophy books when I was like 10. Yeah. At one point, I was trying to figure out if there was a religion for the Greek gods instead of the Christian one, and then at that point, it was just over. I was like, oh my god, they made religions out of everything. I kind of like some animistic, like religion type of stuff. That's just also, I think that's basically just what furries are. It's like some animal religion. I kind of see it like that.
We also have a YouTube channel that has like a shortened version of some like long day conversations, and they're pretty good too. You can check that out. It's,
Okay, I'll check it out. Sorry, I'm just straight out thing.
no. There's no requirement to. I'm just saying, like, if you're interested in like a linguistical philosophy
Oh
of
yeah.
Atheism, like,
No, I would. Is that the one that's in your bio thing?
no, not mine, not mine in the room side chat, not mine.
Okay.
Yeah, mine is just old Super Nintendo games I play on the internet.
That's also cool though. I also like that.
I have a retarded collection of old systems in my closet, my box here. So
Cool.
too much.
Wait, I don't see. Where is the YouTube? Is it like
all up in the side chat? It has like a brain in the
is it
picture.
the brain shit? Oh. I see it. I see it. Ah, I see. That's interesting. I'll be cleaning my house to that at some point.
Yeah, we team up ours every night before bed, and I listen to some of the conversations throughout the day to keep myself up to date.
Interesting. Hmm. Well, it's been lovely. I'm gonna go make dinner. Goodbye.
Good luck. Eat something healthy. What a nerd. Eve.
Lost. I drove my friends around today, got some money so I could get myself marijuana. Now I'm smoking it.
God, you gotta go through all that just to smoke some weed. Damn.
Yeah, I could ask husband for extra cash, but I've spent too much on it already.
Cool. I'm doing the old resetting the Dell.
Nice.
Even the churches are gay here.
Look how gay that is.
Extremely.
I do. I like that a lot. Yeah, man. In our country, we can't have that on the road because it's a hazard. People might turn gay if they step on it.
Shit's infectious, you heard?
Yeah, it's the opposite there. You guys go straight when you step on it. My son says, "Look at my ball," since I only have one.
Wow.
What's the movie with Skeletor? I just saw it last night.
Masters of the Universe.
He-Man.
There we go.
Is it good?
It's all right.
Yeah.
What was that?
He said all right. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the original, so I didn't get it. I mean, it was fine. It was just like
You ever watch?
even for a comic book movie, it was just a lot of silly humor.
Yeah, but did you ever watch the cartoon?
No. Husband did. He said he didn't like the movie. He said it just hit him wrong, so don't know.
Yeah, I like He-Man, Master of the Universe and stuff. It was always funny, and I feel like him and Skeletor are brothers, like given how everything is.
They made Skeletor look cool, and I like them shitting on the name He-Man. They do that in the movie.
You understand?
Yeah, I just can't wait.
It was a cartoon for children, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it definitely was kind of silly.
What did you think of Idris Elba's character, Iggy?
I mean, it was like I said, it was all right. It was like it was kind of like the cartoons. They tried to like bridge the gap between like kids and dads, I think. But I think where it didn't land is this world ain't about fucking He-Man no more. So it was like a movie for dads, 40-year-olds and shit. But like sort of had an appeal for kids too, but it's just I think it's probably where your husband kind of derailed from it. It was kind of like weird that like I said, it's clearly for the 40-year-old audience, but it's He-Man, which is a child's cartoon, so it's weird, but it's decent. It's not bad. Like if you're in your 40s, you'll probably like it. If you liked He-Man, if you don't really know anything about He-Man, you ain't really gonna give a shit about it.
Yeah, you'll have no clue what you're even watching if you haven't followed it for as long,
I've never seen it before, and I watched the fucking movie.
Yeah, you might like it for the action and maybe like the dudes or something and seeing them half naked or whatever. But
Adam was like 18.
That's what I mean. Is like I expect to see He-Man like in his 50s, maybe 60s. You know what I mean? Because he was in his 20s when I was a kid.
Yeah, he was as old as he is in the movie as he is as you when you were a kid.
Yeah, so I'm like older than He-Man. I was like, that's what I mean. It's like a little weird.
But like I said, I feel like they're brothers even throughout the series. It's just they never really tried to actually hurt each other. They just had different views as like what it should be like.
What I always hated about comic books. I always enjoyed comic books, but like, I take Loki and Marvel Universe for example. How many innocent people did that shitbag kill? Fucking shit, like thousands, dude. He was
millions.
Yeah, he was responsible for the fucking Jatari fucking taking on New York, man. All them people fucking died, ripped the whole fucking city apart, and then like he switches sides, and now he's a good guy, and everybody forgives him. What about all the little kids that fucking lost their dads and moms and shit, fucking dogs and stuff? That's what I always hated about comic books, man. It's like it doesn't matter the amount of damage a person does if they just declare that they're a good guy now. It's like it's better somehow.
Forgiven, like saying I'm sorry.
It's like Hulk smashing a whole fucking city, and then as soon as he's back to Banner, it's like, oh yeah, it's all good, dude. I mean, I get what are you gonna do about the Hulk, but still, you ain't a good guy, man.
Right, Lou Ferrigno made it very direct that Hulk was not a good guy when he was hulking.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was a rage monster. But it was Stan Lee's shower story answer for being bullied. You just rage out and turn into a big green kill monster and beat up all of his imaginary bullies. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to criticize He-Man that way. It's just he just kind of dropped it in for nostalgia to try to make money, it seems. But it wasn't a bad movie though. It was decent, well acted, great CGI shit like that.
Awesome. Next, they're gonna do Thundercats. I heard they're in.
See, I mean, it's not gonna hurt. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't feel like I'm butthurt about He-Man. It's just, I think I'm like her husband is like, it's kind of weird. I don't know where it landed. It's supposed to be for little. That's the problem. I think is like most comic book characters aren't for little kids. So like,
not at all.
You know what I mean? Not for little, but He-Man was for like 7-year-olds. Shit, dude. Let's say like comic book kids are a little bit older, a couple years older than that. Like understand a little bit more because they like none of the He-Man fucking episodes made any goddamn sense. It was just Skeletor being a dick and He-Man beating him up. They tried to like pass on moral lessons and shit. But the comic book way, like I said, man, you can't just flip sides, dude. Like Darth Vader. Bro, the younglings. Like, Order 66, you can't take it back. They don't all get to be spirit ghosts or force ghosts, man. Those little kids you slaughtered are dead.
I'm gonna go see He-Man then. I think I'll enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not bad. Even if you don't like Jared Leto, you can barely tell it's Wow. You want to know how much stream I got yesterday?
Was it one?
Oh, I got one stream. Wow. Two, but hold on.
Sorry.
Let me see here.
How many hours? Is that what you were talking about?
Can't be. It just can't be. Out of 11 hours and 43 minutes and 18 seconds, only 4 minutes. 4 minutes, like almost 5 minutes of content. It was dead as fuck yesterday. Like nobody came in. I mean, a lot of people did. They came and went. I banned a few people, but for the most part, yeah, it was pretty dead. 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Yesterday was fucking pathetic.
Hi guys.
Prove it.
I just had like a quick question. Prove God isn't real.
No, prove God is real.
That's you're answering a question.
You
with a
understand
question.
you're in
That's
our
a
room, we're not
fallacy.
in your room, right? So if
Yeah.
you want to have a conversation, do it our way. Don't come in here and ask us to do it
Gotcha.
your
So
way.
you're a coward. You're a coward, is what you're saying.
There, and see, you ran out. If you don't want to do it our way, just leave. If you want to have, yeah, there you go. You're a fucking idiot. Came to troll, debate bro.
A debate,
He was
bro.
going to do prove to me the thing doesn't exist, right? Like that's where he was going.
Yeah, it was like we haven't heard this a million fucking times because these idiots don't understand that burden shifting is a problem. Like, chat, we have a burden. We know what our burden is, and we're prepared. I mean, we have the channel. You could look. We have the burden. We share the burden. We prove the burden, or at least alleged to prove the burden. So don't come at us like that. Don't come at us like, oh, we're going to just give you. No, you're going to show us your burden because we got ours. We're going to put it out there. You bring whatever burden you got, and we'll discuss it. You have yours. We have ours. You use yours. We'll use ours. But we're not just going to use ours and we don't ever get yours. Fuck you. Right? If you don't have yours, go fuck yourself.
Again, it's in the room rules.
Hello.
All right, Dreamy, you're up. Prove it.
Hi, how are you? You okay?
I'll be better when you get to the proving it.
Hello.
Oh, prove God exists?
Yeah.
Well, you're here, so
Wait, are
that
you
doesn't
calling me
really-
God?
That's proof of me.
No, but God created you because how else? Who
Well,
would have
hold on.
created you?
We're asking you
Am
to
I-
prove
My
that
parents
thing.
did it. That's how my kids came along. Like, I can show you the thing. It's not a
No,
mystery. I have kids.
Pollute my eyes. Don't pollute my eyes. Hold on. Listen. God created you, and that's why you're here today.
Hold on, but that's a footprint.
No,
We're
you're
not
just
asking-
saying some stuff.
We're not asking for a footprint. We're asking for the foot.
You're not privileged enough to see the foot yet.
So you don't have
Once you
access to
die,
the foot?
Once you die, then you.
So you don't have access to the
Oh,
foot?
so it's hide and seek.
Do you have
It's not
access?
hide and
Matt,
seek.
chill.
It's just
Do
that
you
there
have
is not
access
a
to the
timeline
foot?
for it.
Do you have access to
Why?
the foot?
Yes, I do. Of
All
course I
right,
do.
where's the foot?
With me.
So
You need to
you're
make
the
your
foot?
own access.
So you're the
No,
foot?
it's with me.
Okay, where
That's
is
what I
it?
don't
though?
like that you're using God as foot as a reference
Okay,
to
so
God.
what
That's a
what
bit
would you
Well, we're
like
trying
me
to
to
figure
use?
out what God is.
Jesus Christ, dude. What would you like me to
Jesus
use to
Christ,
make
are you
the
Christian?
comparison?
Wait, are you Christian?
Look, I'm already triggered. I'm already fucking triggered. Are we gonna have this conversation, or are we just gonna trigger each other? So just stop it. I use the foot. I use the footprint analogy. Do you understand the analogy?
Yeah.
Okay, so stop getting triggered at the analogy if you understand it.
I thought you were triggered.
So can you answer the question? Where's the foot?
Wait.
All right, we'll go with you, Zaid. You're both about to get banned. I can tell you guys are here to fuck around. I'm about to vote.
This
Matt,
isn't the come get your
Matt,
giggle.
you gotta stop that, dude. When I'm trying to
Sorry.
talk to him with the quips, that shit, that you gotta stop that. Because it just causes us to talk over each other and it just ruins the fucking audio.
No, you're right. I will. I'll dial it back. I forget we're streaming. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know, probably for being a fucking dumbass. Why are you asking me? Are you not aware of your own fucking behavior? Do you not pay attention to your interactions with other people and understand that there's a reciprocation here? You tell us, why did you get muted? What were you doing right before the mute came? Like, what do you have, like memory issues? You can't remember what you were doing right before.
Shall we give him a chance?
I don't give a shit, dude.
Anyone want to talk to him?
Hello.
Do you believe in the existence of a God?
Yes, I do.
Do you think you can convince a reasonable interlocutor of the same?
I can try, but you probably won't accept it, but I will try.
We'll proceed. So tell us what your God is and how you know it exists.
Yes. My God, Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian, if you couldn't tell. My proof is for the claim not only the all eyewitnesses that saw him, not only because of miracles, also raised from
Yeah,
the
we
dead.
got all this when you said you're a Christian, dude.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that proof that people?
No, but when you say eyewitness, right? Like, are these eyewitnesses still alive today?
No.
Then they're not really eyewitnesses, right? They were just stories of eyewitnesses.
Okay, so eyewitnesses of like an major event in history is not
But,
true
like,
because they're not alive today.
No, but like, what is it exactly you believe, right? This is what we want to know. We want your beliefs and we want how you understand reality, because a lot of people have fundamental misconceptions about reality, and we're here to help sort those out.
Okay, I'm a Christian. That's my belief. And
Were you born into it?
Not born, no.
So you
Christian-
chose it in your life, right? Like, did you have a religious experience, or?
To some degree, but not more than.
Like, when did you
anyone
first
else.
become a Christian? How old were you?
Around 10.
And when you were like out on your own in the world, raising yourself, you know, completely independent of having any access to people like parents, grandparents that would have convinced you of their position through proximity. You didn't have that? Like, what, like how? If it's sensitive, you don't have to pry. I don't want to pry, because it sounds very traumatic that at 10 years old, you were all by yourself and alone in this world. It's very unfortunate.
Not alone.
Did you have like a little brother with you who would have been just completely tabula rasa like you, where you weren't inculcated into Christianity? Because you were like 10, and I assumed that there was no one around you convincing you of Christianity. You just, one day, like at 10 years old, just boom, you just were a Christian?
No, not Christian. I started believing
Did you have
God.
stigmata?
Yeah, like how did it happen? What were you at 9? What were you doing at 9?
I don't know.
Were you an
don't
atheist at
remember,
9? Were you
sorry.
practicing atheism at 9?
Not really. I wasn't really religious as.
Okay, so what were you doing, and how did you get to being religious from 9 to 10? You weren't religious at 9. Then at 10, you were religious. What happened? You just
Around
one
10.
day woke up Christian?
Around 10. Could be 8, could be 13.
Yeah, but what happened, though?
I started studying religion because everything thought.
Yeah, so what you
lawless.
you started studying religion. What is that? What is that? You picked up a Bible? Is that what you're saying?
No, I started researching all of the religions.
At 10. At 10 years old.
Around.
At literally 10 years old, you started doing, what was the word that you used? I don't want to straw man you. Started with an R, big word. Nerds use it all the time. At 10 years old, you started doing what? On all the religion. So when you're in your studies that you started doing at 10 years old, I guess you know who the trickster coyote is. You know, you could tell me about the trickster coyote? You must have come across the trickster coyote in your studies if you started at 10 years old. Wow.
No. I mean.
You don't know shit about the trickster coyote?
Research when
Wow.
you're like 10.
Kind of a big deal.
Reading, like basically the foundation of every religion.
Yeah, but I want you to focus on my criticism. You can hear I'm criticizing you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think is the nature of my criticism here? Because you seem lost in my criticism.
I don't understand really your criticism.
Yeah,
I know
because
that you're against my
I'm
belief,
charging
of
you
course,
like I
but-
charge literally every other monkey that's religious. I say, hey, you got your religion from your culture, from your parents, from your grandparents, from your family. Your family gave it to you. And that's like true 99.9999999999999% of the time. There are 2 known examples, okay? And they're of the same encounter of that not being the case. There was a guy named Romulus and Remus. Now, these 2 guys were raised by a fucking wolf, okay? So they get to be excluded of this. But you, at 10 years old, having no culture around you, there weren't monkeys around you telling you about Christianity. That's what you're trying to pretend right now. That you were not inculcated by your culture, that there's merit to you because at 10 years old, you pushed your fucking glasses up and you sat down at the nerd table and started reading tomes. Dude, shut up. You didn't do any of that shit. You were brainwashed by your fucking family. Why are you denying this?
You know that everyone goes to school and we learn about religion.
Right, so why are you pretending you weren't inculcated and you just did it all by yourself? You figured out Christianity all by yourself. That's what you're putting on right now, dude. Come on. You think anybody buys that bullshit?
It's a long process. I started about learning about religion, and I found Christianity.
No, what happened is before you even remember, the people around you, whether it be your mom, your dad, your brother, sister, grandma, grandpa, uncles, aunts, cousins, second cousins, distant relatives, neighbors, all of these people are brainwashing you with this shit. That's what's happening.
My parents who doesn't.
Did I say parents? Did I just say, hey, your parents are brainwashing you? Did I say that? Is that what you're responding to?
Yeah, basically.
Did I say parents?
Not wordly, no, but you.
No, it was parents. It was parents, and then I said mom, comma, dad, comma, grandpa, comma, grandma, comma, aunts, comma, uncles, comma, cousins, comma, second cousins, comma, relatives, comma, neighbors, comma, villagers, comma. You didn't have any of those things?
Okay, of that group of people, no.
All I need is one bit of those. I don't need all of them. I just need at least one of the list of shit I gave you. Did you have any of those? Any of them?
Yeah.
Okay, quit fucking gaslighting me then, dude. Quit fucking gaslighting me. You're not Romulus, okay? You weren't raised by a fucking wolf, dude. You were born, like me, in a fucking house at neonate. How old were you when you were born? Neonate, right? You fell out of a parental vagina, bro. Right? Immediately. You were in an environment surrounded by monkeys inculcating you. You were actually being indoctrinated before you came out of the vagina, right? Because you heard, you were hearing that shit, right? Making sounds and shit. You were like trying to understand vibrations. Then you come out and it changes to, oh my God, it's ugly, right? That's what it tried, but you didn't know what it was saying. You just heard, oh my God, it was ugly, but you didn't know what it meant. It was similar to like, Gerpalapa Chubalubu, right? That's what you heard coming out. Right? That's what you heard, right? And after a while, turned into whatever language you fucking speak right now. It's called baby babble. There's this transitionary period where people, right, who suffer inculcation, right, they pick up language this way. From literal birth to right now, you're learning language. So if you are a human being born in a culture, you are being inculcated. How's this confusing to you, dude?
I don't know if you're trolling or not.
There's no troll. Absolutely zero troll.
Okay. Autodictic, how are you doing this evening?
All right, wait, are you just derailing? Are you pivoting because you don't have an answer to your inculcation? You're just sitting there like you're a 10-year-old fucking genius fucking philosopher? Going around getting your fucking PhD in religious studies?
Can speak natural. Not that... I don't understand what you fucking mean. Sorry.
Try listening.
You're derailing yourself.
How do you not understand what I'm saying when I'm detailing to you what I'm saying?
I don't understand. You're derailing the shit.
Okay, what word did you not understand?
You said, if I have a family, they indoctrinate me.
No, you're being inculcated. I said if you have a family, you're being inculcated.
Inculcated. Okay. So, because of that, my faith is just nonsense.
Nope, not because of that, your faith ain't. I didn't say anything about because of that, your faith ain't. What I'm saying to you is for you to act like at 10, all by yourself, you came to Christianity, you're a lying sack of shit, because that's not how it happened. You were inculcated.
Not by myself. I learned.
You
about
were
school,
inculcated. You were inculcated.
So,
What religion is your mom and dad?
agnostic.
What about your grandparents? All four of them.
Probably Christian. Probably.
Oh,
agnostic,
wow.
I
It didn't
don't know
take
really.
long for us to get to fucking Christians. Did you grow up with your grandparents?
Not really.
Oh, you never met your grandparents?
I met them.
When did you meet them?
I mean, the day I was born.
The day you were born. Okay. And when did you re-meet them again? When was the next time you saw? The day after you were born, did you see your grandparents?
A lot of years until they died.
Wait, no. You never, so the day you were born, you met your grandparents and then they died. You never met them again?
No, a lot of days, a lot of.
Oh, okay. So
years
the next day you met your grandparents. They were like,
I mean,
how many years were you in proximity to your grandparents?
you're straw picking here.
No, I'm not. I'm asking, how long were you in proximity to your Christian grandparents?
You and me have.
Say this. Say this. Let me help you
completely-
out. Say this. My entire life. Just say that real quick.
My entire life.
Yeah, your whole fucking life. You were around
Like
Christians.
I'm gonna die tomorrow. my
Right? They were
entire life.
immediate. You notice how you said to me, because you're a lying sack of shit, you're gaslit, so you behave like this. You said to us, all of us in this room, what about your grandparents? And you denied it. You could play it back on the live. You denied it. Right? Oh, my grandparents, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, okay, when did you see, we went through the whole thing. And it turns out Christians were there the whole time until they died, apparently. They're dead. It sucks. But all the way up until they died, they were there in proximity talking to you. Did they ever talk to you about Jesus? Did your grandma ever say anything about Jesus? Did you guys say grace at the table?
No, we.
You never. Yeah. Did you? Did you? So your grandparents for 10 whole years, from the day you were born, for 10 whole years, never said anything Christian around you. 10 years, because you said it was just 10 years. All of a sudden, boom, Christianity enters your life at 10 years old. That's what you
No,
said. So
at
it must
10
be the
years.
case that your grandma was the most moral Christian I've ever met, where she kept her fucking mouth shut for 10 whole ass years. And then out of nowhere, right, out of nowhere, this guy in our family that no one for 10 whole years, the entire family, somehow didn't say a word about Christianity to him. But at 10 years old, all of a sudden he starts thinking about it, and bam, he's a Christian all by himself. That's what I'm to believe?
If you want to listen instead of glazing yourself. at
This
10
is
years
what
old,
you're
I
saying, dude. You're
started-
saying all this shit.
I started learning about religion, and at the later years.
No,
yeah,
you
I could
started
do that.
learning about religion immediately because your grandparents were in the room. They were probably saying shit like, God bless, praise Jesus, because you were born, you were finally out, and they got to see you. They started shoving their face in yours. That's inculcation, bro. Why are you fucking pretending none of this shit happened?
I hope you know that most of my kind aren't Baptist.
You dropped yourself into this hole when you tried to gaslight everybody in this room to believe that you, out of nowhere, started being a Christian around 10 years old when you started doing research. You said this stupid shit, dude. Lying's fucking easy, but being able to walk it through, that's the hard part. And when I ask you simple fucking questions, your whole story of you being a child prodigy in religious studies just immediately disintegrates because you were surrounded by religious people. And you want us to believe they didn't teach you religion. They weren't teaching you the whole fucking time. Doing all their religious shit that they were doing on a daily basis, all this shit all around you, and that's just your family, bro. The moment you stepped outside, there were probably statues, pictures, friends believed this shit everywhere you went. It was Christian, 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 Jew, Christian, 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 Jew, 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 Christian, 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 Muslim, Christian, 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 Muslim, 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 Christian, Christian, Jew, 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 Christian, Hindi, Jew, 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 right? You're in a world like that, and you're like, yeah, at 10, I just came all to it by myself. just picked up a book one day, started reading. Now I was Christian. You're a lying sack of shit, bro.
Okay. If I turn this ship around, are your parents or grandparents atheist?
No, my parents were both Christians until I just, continued that stupidity in their brains.
Grandparents?
I don't know what my grandfather was. He was probably an atheist.
Oh, they were probably atheist. They were around you.
He was, yeah. He was.
Yeah, they were atheists. That's why you're atheist today.
No, I had a lot of Christians, dude. Did you not hear what I said? Idiot, 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 idiot. My mom was a Christian. My dad was a Christian. Idiot. My mom and dad were Christians. Idiot. I said this. Pay attention to the words that I'm saying. Idiot. My mom and dad both indoctrinated me into Christianity. Idiot. When I got older, idiot. I deconverted them. Idiot. You got to listen, bro.
You're not listening to me, really.
I am. I'm just doing it like faster than you're saying it.
I'm sorry to say this. I feel like you're kind of slow. I mean, we can try this again.
Okay, yeah, slow it down. Let's do it real slow. Let's do it real fucking slow, bro. So you could, so all of us could see it. Any morons, right? The whole world. Let's do it. You are gaslighting everyone into believing that you, at 10 years old, started doing research, and that research was in religious studies, not like boobies. If you were like, yeah, 10 years old, I started researching boobies, I'd be like, I'd be with you. I'd be like, damn, that's early. It's pretty early, but I understand, right? I get it. Kids, they get into shit, comic books, stuff like that, right? But you're telling me that you are such a hyper nerd, bro. You are like crystalline perfection of hyper nerd that at 10 years old, you're gonna fucking Sheldon this shit. That's what you said. You said everything I just said. You said that. You wanted all of us to believe that was true. It wasn't true. It wasn't true at all because your grandparents taught you about it. But you want to be like, oh, no, they didn't. Yeah, they did. Right? Why are you disavowing that? Why is it so bad that you feel that this Chinese whispers or telephone thing that your family's been playing for generations upon generations, mine too? Why are you pretending that it's some kind of not thing, that it's not happening, that you're just some child prodigy and you just randomed your ass to fucking Christianity, which is the unequivocal truth about reality? You really do? Like, do you hear yourself through my mouth? Like, can you hear yourself? This is what you sound like in my head. Like, when I represent it back, I'm steel manning you, bro. I'm just steel manning you in English, like actual English, not this hyper fucking ambiguous bullshit language you're fucking using, right? I'm using real language. I'm using real words and saying it back to you, and you sound like an idiot. You're like, oh, yeah, I just, by 10 years old, I just, became Christian. Started doing research. Well, I'm filling in all the logical entailments to that, and you don't like how they're coming together because they show that your story's bullshit. You're ashamed that you were inculcated. You shouldn't be ashamed, right? Inculcation isn't necessarily bad. You should analyze that belief and ask yourself, should you believe it? Did you really, like, you're lying to yourself, bro. You honestly did not do that. It's just like full stop, bro. I cannot humor. This is like you saying you were a wizard and started doing magic at like 5, but like as you got smarter, like you just couldn't do it anymore. It's something about being a human being takes away your monkey power. Dude, I'm never gonna believe that. Ever. I'm sure you currently right now in your obstinance, in your arrogance, your Dunning-Kruger, and all the other bullshit you got going on in your head, that you believe that shit. I grant you. You believe that stupid shit. I don't, because it's stupid shit. I was 10, bro. You understand that I was 10? All of us in this room, we're all 10. None of us were sitting down like a fucking nerd researching religion on our free time, right? Because remember, this is critical to your story. It would be on your free time, meaning of all the things a 10-year-old could be doing, your nerdy ass was unbeknownst to anyone else, because you weren't inculcated by them, remember? So we can't bring them in. They can't be influences in your Christian discovery here, right? Because if they are, then I'm right. You were inculcated. So we have to isolate you from the environment. That's why I'm saying all this shit, because inculcation is the process by which the people in your area teach you how to be you through your interaction with them. That's inculcation. That's why you drive on the side of the road. You tie your shoes the way that you do. You all the shit that you do, you picked up as part of your behavior from watching other humans. You learned by proximity. You learned vicariously through your elders, right? They taught you what was true. Your grandparents and your grandma, they were fucking teaching you this shit. But your deluded ass thinks that anyone in this room would believe that just all by yourself on your free time you started doing research on the religions. Remember, you didn't just say, hey, I found my grandma's Christian tome. You were like, oh, no, I started doing research into the religions. That's why I asked you about the trickster coyote of the Apache, right? Because maybe if you got started at 10 years old, you would know about the trickster coyote, right? He's a member of the set of supernatural things. I don't know if you go fools call him a god, but he's a supernatural entity, right? Like, why don't you know this if you've been studying religion since 10? You haven't. That's just shit you're using to, like, bloviate your way through the fucking conversation and pretend that you're on, like, equal footing with people who aren't complete fucking, uneducated clowns, right? But that's what you are. Your parents and culture and society did this to you, and I'm just trying to help you out, bro. Just trying to help you out.
Okay, you made like 20 different points, but yeah, sure. I didn't study like a monk or a priest. I was 10.
Yeah, but you said you sat down and studied all of the religions. You can play it back on the live, bro.
Yeah, the basics for a 10-year-old to study
Yeah, but
religion.
you didn't do that. That's not where your journey began.
It was.
It was not. I've already got you to admit this. Your grandparents. I've already clarified with you that your grandparents did not keep their mouths shut for 10 fucking years and let you find Christianity.
Like your family.
Do what? No, my family did this to me too.
Yeah,
all of our families are doing this, dude. Do you think I'm saying anything about you? Remember, I said I said there are two people. I said there are two people this didn't happen to. Two people. Remember the two people I listed that this did not happen to? Do you remember? Romulus and Remus, man. They were raised by a fucking wolf. So those two assholes coming to Christianity, that would be fucking crazy, bro. That would be fucking insane. Right?
Oh no.
Because they were raised by a wolf. They weren't raised in society. Right?
No. Shit.
You were raised in probably a Christian nation or a predominantly Christian nation. Right?
Okay.
You're not in the Amazon right now. You're in a Christian area. There's a lot of Christians around you.
How do you know?
Because it's Earth.
You got a church. You're a Christian.
It's Earth, bro.
I mean,
because
the
it's
Amazon
Earth.
is on the Earth.
Yeah,
okay, so the Amazon is not on Earth. Okay, good to know.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say Amazon's not on
literally
Earth.
what
You said, how
it
do
was
I
on
know?
Amazon. You said no.
I
You're on
thought
Earth.
you were talking about your Christianity, not you being an Amazonian. So you are a English speaker of Earth, so the chances of you being inculcated into Christianity is high. If you were born in the Middle East, the inculcation would have taught you Islam, most likely. I mean, there's Christians in the Middle East, so unlikely you'll be a Christian in the Middle East. Likely you'll be a Muslim, right? That's how this works. This is why you landed on Christianity, not because at 10 you got hit in the head and become a hyper nerd and sat down and started studying world religion. That's
I don't
not
know
reality.
where this type of nerd came from. I mean, you know that people convert.
Yeah, people convert. That's how I detarded my parents. They
Okay,
fucked
but
up. They
according
fucked
to
up
you, that's
inculcating me.
impossible because
Right? The
you're-
Christianity didn't land.
Get born in the Middle
My
East, you're
brain
Muslim.
was freed. I grew up. I started using logic, talking to you fucking nerds on the internet,
Okay,
getting
how old
smarter
were
in
you?
logic, until the point that I started having conversations with my own parents, and they started seeing my reason, and they on their own time, they deconvert. It's not like I sat there and gaslit them and made them stop, but just through proximity, look, I inculcated them. It was like reverse inculcation. The only person I haven't managed to deconvert in my family is my brother. Well, my surviving brother.
Well, that's a good thing, because he's the only one in your family going to heaven.
Well, he's a skinhead too.
He's going to heaven. God bless his soul.
Yeah, he's got a big swastika tattoo on him, dude.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. Retard.
God loves everyone. I feel bad for that guy.
Yeah, I don't. I have no empathy for people like that. So yeah, I almost tripped up there saying people. Terms of service right there. Out of obligation. So yeah, let's get back to this guy telling us that at 9 years old, aliens came to him, and then the next year he saw a beam of light in the sky, and all of a sudden he became a hyper nerd and started studying world religion.
At this point, you're just fighting against your own head.
Well, I'm just making fun of you, dude, because you won't concede it. You won't be like, all right, fine, yeah, I was in that's all you gotta do. Just admit the truth, bro. Just watch. Watch. Be honest, real quick. Just try it for like 3 seconds. Be honest, real quick. Say something honestly.
Something honest.
Yeah, say it. Try it.
I like fishing.
No, that I could tell is honest. I don't know if you like fishing. Say something that's honest, that I'll be like, yeah, this guy's telling the truth. Like, for example, it was actually the case that you were inculcated like 99.999999999999999% of you.
In your head,
so just say that. Just like, yeah, I was inculcated. Right? Because your brain, this is where your problem is. This is your problem. You think if you admit that you were inculcated, that I'm saying your Christianity's wrong. That's why you're struggling here so hard. Dude, I was inculcated to believe that 2 + 2 = 4. I only believe that because I was inculcated. You know how come I know that? Because I'm not a nerd. I don't know how 2 is 2. They just told me that shit. They said, you say this? I'm like, yeah. And they were like, that's a 1. And I'm like, all right. You see this? And they're like, yeah. Or I'm like, yeah. And it's like, that's a 2. I'm like, okay. And I just listened, right? I don't know that a 3 is actually a 3. It makes sense because it's just 3 of the things, right? But I don't know this, man. I was inculcated into fucking mathematics. Literally 80% of the math I have ever learned in my brain is gone. I deleted it. I'm that dumb when it comes to math. I was inculcated into math. And there are hyper nerds out there like yourself, that at 10, they started getting balls deep into fucking math, and these dudes like could see numbers in their fucking eyeballs and shit. It's crazy. So your underdeveloped fucking philosophy here thinks that I'm arguing that because you were inculcated, you're wrong. And so you've been struggling this whole time. On anyone's listened to this shit, they've been like, dude, why don't you just admit that you were inculcated? Like everyone else. It's just the process by which you acquired your culture. And in your culture, you can have true propositions in your culture. So you could just argue that, man. You could just argue for the veracity of your claim. That's what people are saying right now. Just argue for the veracity of your claim from an honest foundation where you have to admit that you were inculcated. But the longer you keep struggling with this idea, the more I'm going to shit on you.
I mean, speaking against the wall, so can't we get the other people to join this conversation?
No, they want to hear you concede or keep spurging and freaking out. And it's content, man.
I mean, I've told you literally everything, but you won't accept it. You're just making scenarios.
Correct. I won't, and I gave you a reason why I'm not accepting it. It's a sound. It's a sound. It's a sound rebuttal, and you haven't addressed it. What is your rebuttal? What, dude? What is your numbered? What is your numbered memory thing so that I can keep my Jesus Christ, dude? What is the amount of time you can hold information? What is the amount of time that you can hold information in your brain? And I will do my best to keep my statements under that amount of time. I'll pack it if I have to. That way I can give it to you in bits till you get it, so that I can get you to unfuck your brain. I'm trying to help you, man. You were inculcated. Agree or disagree?
Hold on.
You were inculcated. Agree or disagree?
So you weren't then. Continue.
You were inculcated. Agree or disagree? Answer the question. I'm asking you a question. I want you to engage. So I'm treating you like this for a few seconds to see if you re-engage. It hurts, man. This is painful. So just answer the fucking question.
Now are we on common ground? This is hurtful.
Idiot fuck. Were you inculcated?
You just made my...
It's a yes or a no, you knuckle-dragging piece of shit. Okay? You're a fucking moron. Now answer the question. Baby boy, answer the question. Okay, I'll just leave you muted. I'll give you about a couple minutes and then I'm banning you. You can answer in side chat if you want to maintain your audience here. Otherwise, go watch it on fucking YouTube, bitch. Fucking done. You're butthurt. You're butthurt. You're backed into a fucking corner. You done fucked up, and I don't know why your brain's not latched on here. I gave you the out, bro. I spelled it out for you. All of us are inculcated. How are you this dumb? How are you this dumb? We are all inculcated. It's okay, man. It's not your fault. You slid out of a vagina surrounded by monkeys. You didn't do this. They did it to you. Okay? Now, can we go ahead and just admit that you were inculcated? You can answer in side chat. Again, you don't have much time. I'm wearing out, dude. Just quit being a dick, and then you can start over. Just admit this, and we'll move forward. You were inculcated, correct? So, apparently, chat, this guy is in full neurocognitive disconjunction. This is a symptom that we see all the time whenever you back a religiously orientated brain into a corner where they have to be honest and establish common ground. They will do this. This is so that I can't establish common ground with them. So if he admits to this fact, it will give me a foothold, right? And he could feel it, right? He could feel that foothold solidify. He knows that foothold's there. It's just his dishonesty. This is his dishonesty keeping him in this state. It's his ego. He is driven to think like this by his culture. His parents set him up for failure. That's why he's like this. He didn't learn this all by himself. He was traumatized by a society that did not give a shit about him, about his success, his ability to synthesize thoughts in his brain. His society, where he grew up, his culture, his immediate surroundings, fostered this mentality in his brain where he's now unable to intellectualize with someone because of his fear of establishing common ground. So he won't admit that he was inculcated like you were, like I was, like he was, like every human being except for, like I said, Romulus and Remus. Those are the only two. We've hashed this out. Every human being since Romulus and Remus was raised by another human being. Human babies are so utterly useless that the moment they slide out, if they fall onto the ground, they die. They have to be inculcated. They don't know how to feed themselves or nothing. They can't, they'll get an infection in their butt. There is a horrible story of a mother going on vacation, a religious woman. She went on vacation and left her baby at home. That baby shit herself and she died of infections. She died of this. You will die if you do not have a loving, caring parent to teach you how to human. And it's a struggle, right? These fucking things, when they come out, they are about the most useless animal on the fucking planet. And they're like that for a good solid, 2 years before they're even, before you get to the point where it's like, okay, it can walk around and shit. You freaking out every time it goes somewhere. God, did I get that corner? Is that thing plugged in? Is this going to trip them over here? Right? It's crazy. And that's just the first couple of years. And the whole time, while you're struggling to figure out how to raise this thing, it's shitting all over itself. And you got to keep wiping it and cleaning it and throwing powders on it and stuff like that and making sure. And then you're feeding it. You're feeding what you're peeling off of it, man. And you just got to be saturated with emotions, saturated with chemicals that keep us bonded together. It's the social monkey behavior that we have, right? It's what we are. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah.
That serotonin.
Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Right, yeah. It's the tribe. But this fucking guy, this guy is so afraid of what I'm about to do to his worldview that he's dying on this fucking hill. The most pathetic hill to die on. Jesus was inculcated, right? Like this guy right here. If Jesus was real, he was inculcated by the Jews around him, and it caused his inculcation caused the whole story to unfold. The bullshit, right? This clown is terrified of the annals of his own brain. And just chat, he still has not answered this simple question, which is, were you inculcated? He's terrified. He's shaking in his little boots right there. This is the power of Igtheism right here.
You have him muted, though. How can he answer if you have him muted?
I told him he can answer in side chat. I gave him like 30 opportunities on mic, and I've rescinded that. If he wants to enter back into the conversation, all he has to do is admit that he's inculcated. Mark, were you inculcated?
Actually, yeah, I think I was.
Yeah, Skog, do you see how easy that is?
We all were.
I wasn't.
Yeah, not everyone grows up a Christian, but they probably
Dude,
still are.
inculcated doesn't mean
educational
being Christian.
And
It is the process by which you acquire culture. Mark?
I don't really...
Yeah,
they acquire culture. Okay.
So there's not a human being in this fucking world. Okay? It's just not real. I mean, okay, look, the reality of children who are not being or were never inculcated are like dumpster babies. I know it's graphic, but that's what it looks like. That's what a person who is not inculcated looks like. As soon as they're born, they're ejected. That child is never getting inculcated. Only for a moment. It was inculcated, and it's not aware of it because it's a neonate. It's just fresh out of the vagina. It doesn't have the proper sensory gear and apparatuses to experience its loss. But if it did experience, it would be inculcated in the horrific nature.
Dude, it sounds like you
humanity.
just learned the word inculcated. Like, that's your word of the day, and you're like kind of monologuing.
Mark, I'm a member of this server for like years, and I've been saying the same shit, Mark.
So you've been talking about the same thing for years, okay?
Yep, it's what I do, Mark. You're in my personal chat room with all that shit in the side chat and the fucking, live. Yeah, it's what I've been doing, Mark. I've been talking about this for a long fucking time, trying to help morons out there get out of their bullshit. But look what they do, Mark. Look at Skog. Look at his fucking incapacity. He's incapacitated right now, Mark. And all I did was say that he was inculcated. And he did this. He's died. He's dead on that hill. He died. Crucified on that hill.
Maybe he feels differently.
Well, he could type that in side chat. I told him. I gave him the answer. I just said, say yes. I made it simple for him, Mark. I gave him a yes or no phraseology of the question. Multiple times in a row. Like 8 times in a row. You can play back on the live. You'll hear it. Muted him over and over and over because every time I unmuted him, he started crying. When it was a yes or a no.
Kind of ironic, but it seems.
Yeah, it's my room. I cry here. This is where I cry. I come here to cry. Do you like my tears? They make sense, don't they? They hurt. They make me cry sometimes. The shit I say, the shit I realize, the shit I've come to know about my fellow fucking species. It's called empathy. It's what it is. It's called empathy, people. You guys should get some if you don't have it. It's fucked up. Some dope ass shit sometimes. Full neurocognitive disconjunctionation. That's what Skog's feeling right now. That's a psychological term. Neurologist came up with it. Oh, Skoggy. Skoggy poo. Okay, goodbye, buddy. It's nice having you.
I guess they didn't want to participate.
Nope.
I'm headed back up to my property this weekend again to reassess it and apply a new camera.
Bro, don't let them steal it again, man. Need to get like a fucking defense system, like a livestock guardian dog up there or something.
Yeah, I want one of those robot dogs that's solar powered, so that when it comes out, it just have 50 cal on it and just blow their legs off.
There you go.
Like, and I mean, like I said, it's just my normal stuff up there. There's nothing like valuable besides the solar, but like, just close the fucking door when you leave, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Fucking animals getting in and shit.
Yeah, we gotta throw away all cloth stuff and all that. We don't know what exactly happened, but like Miss Law said, that we'll definitely get some new shit. What's weird is they left my silver bars in the drawer. They just left them. Just it's fucking weird.
Maybe they didn't see him. Maybe it was like too dark or something.
No. They took out the whole drawer and set it right on the desk. Went through all the paperwork, went through all the computer parts, but they left the silver bars right there. It says it 999 fine silver, 2 kilogram bars.
That is fucking weird.
Yep. Yeah, they left my jewelry too. That was another thing that was weird.
And you said they did find shit at a pawn shop, though?
Yeah, some of my solar stuff.
Yeah, that don't make no kind of sense, man.
No, not at all. Unless maybe they thought the jewelry would be like trackable with the proper pictures and stuff.
They would have, but again, that's why I asked about pawning, because that's anything you pawn, unless you know a fence. But
But that's what I'm saying is the stuff that they took. It's just I can't, like, they took my surfboards, they took all of my camping gear, all of my outside cooking gear. They took all my batteries, they took my solar stuff. But the only thing they pawned to my solar stuff was the charge controller. They didn't pawn the inverter or the batteries. So I feel like it's a homeless person decking out their fucking camp.
don't explain why they didn't take your silver, though.
No, unless they just thought it was fake, because it's like a giant bar. It says 9. It's like a big giant fucking bar of silver with a stamp on it, dude. Like,
yeah, but it's gonna be heavy.
Yeah, it's a kilogram each. There were 2.
Yeah, no, they would have took them. That's what it's like. It's some CIA shit, dude. Check for bugs.
Wait, what about the aliens we talked about?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Took my neighbor's zero turn and all his solar lights. Like I said, man, I can't. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, the most valuable stuff is still just sitting there, like in the open, just chilling. I mean, we took it when we went up there, but it was just chilling there when we went back. Or it's kids, right? Kids don't know anything about that kind of stuff, so they would leave that not thinking twice about it. It's hard to pick out. Can't wait to get this camera up and find out, man.
Dude, I think my battery, I don't know how it happened. It's like, I know it went full dead, but you should still be able to like charge your phone back up past, weird. All right, nerd. Let's go. Prove it.
What's up, boys? Boys and gats.
Can you prove the existence of a god thing?
My fellow Goyams, what's going on?
This is like your last chance, dude. Just saying.
Whose last chance, dude?
Yours. I'm trying to talk to you. You're not responding. If you're not going to respond, get out of my room.
Oh shit, who are you talking to, bro? Someone respond to the guy. He's
Nein. Hallo?
All right, prove it. Let's go, nerd. Prove it. Dude, Discord is acting so fucking weird. This bot. All right, Epic, you ready? Epic? Epic?
Let's unpack a camera there, Mr. Lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
This nerd.
Censoring a video for TikTok.
Yeah. There's snowflakes over there. Yeah, they keep cutting the power every day in here. Crazy.
Have you told him to cut it out?
No, they're just cutting it. And it's summer and it's hot as balls in here. And we have the AC on. So imagine like cutting off the power in the middle of like the summer. Like it's yeah. I don't know how the desert people like survived without AC. Like how the fuck do you survive in the middle of the fucking desert? Insane. They didn't even have like ventilators and shit.
Yeah, it sucks balls. Wow.
Look at this old ass motherfucker.
Damn, that's from like the 00s, man.
Yep, it's got those little words around Benjamin's head. It's from 1990.
Yep, that's back in the 00s, man.
Yep, I got to keep this because apparently online it's worth $140 instead of just $100.
Very, very nice.
Yep.
Dude, one of my mom's ex-boyfriends growing up, fucking this dude was such a conspiratard for like one thing. If you went into his fucking house, bro, I don't know where it would be today if he wasn't arrested, but back then that dude had like thousands of dollars in pennies, rolled pennies, in his closet, like under the bed, like everywhere, dude. He had, well, it had to be thousands of dollars. I mean, the whole fucking, I never did the math, man, but the whole closet was fucking filled to the ceiling. You couldn't get in the closet. Under, like I said, under the bed and all kinds of, dude. He was just stashing pennies because he kept going on to this fucking conspiracy theory that they were gonna fucking cancel pennies one day.
Damn right.
And what did they?
I wonder if, like I said, if he had stayed out of trouble or whatever, and continued collecting, because he had, he had money and shit. He was a CAD operator in like a machine for Caltech or something. Like he was, like he worked on those like laser dyes or whatever. It was back in the 90s, so nothing like modern or whatever. But yeah, he was like a machine operator.
He knew supply chain, that's for sure.
But he was like one of like 3 of those people in that region. So like, he's paid pretty well. But he would save all of his pennies and he would cash in some of his check and get like $100 sometimes of pennies and stuff and go through them. He'd give back a lot of pennies by trading them back in for like irrelevant pennies, I guess. But bro, that guy, like most of my memories of him either playing the guitar, which he was really good. He liked playing like Stevie Ray Vaughan and shit like that, so he was always jamming out on that, or counting pennies, or making VHS tapes. That guy had issues, man. It was kind of cool, like him jamming out all the time. Fucking guitar, man. It was like a damn. He was pretty good at it.
Yeah, I got a pretty good penny collection. 2 of those 5-gallon jugs full.
Hell yeah. But yeah, he's technically got the last laugh now, right? Because didn't they're like banning it or something. Or they just started talking about it or something like that. Trump is.
What, VHS tapes?
No, pennies.
Oh yeah, we're not making them no more. We're not minting pennies no more.
Yeah, then he's probably a quadrillionaire then.
I had to stop and get the old travel burrito.
It's the best kind of burrito, dude.
Dude, it's we got the shrimp and steak burrito because it comes with shrimp and steak, and it's the same price as the regular burrito.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, and don't forget about this little guy.
Oh yeah.
Miss Lost be constantly trying to kill me.
All right, nerd. Let's go prove it. Some kind of bookworm. You should be able to do this easy.
Yeah, I got notes on this one.
Yeah, probably. Oh, it's an initiate.
Oh, wait a minute. That's weird. Yeah, it has a note. Do not engage. Yeah, you can't talk in here, bud, just like last time. You got to spend more time on the server.
You got to rank up, dude. There's a command you can, what is it? Question mark S U or some shit. I forget. S question mark U. Try that. Try typing S question mark U. See what happens. Hold on. I'll try. Yeah, boom. Try doing that. Do that right there. Hit that button. Wait, no, that's not the right button. Wait, who the fuck is #1 in voice?
Who is?
Who the fuck? How do you pull up the this motherfucker?
I don't remember. Who got more hours?
I don't know. Oh, top. That's it. All right, let's see. This motherfucker. Who is it? Wow. Who the fuck is Lisa? Look. Wow. Wow, you took advantage of the fact that I lost power like 2 weeks ago. And I wasn't. You motherfucker.
Infrastructure.
Sorry, man. I got to go change rooms now. This is inadequate.
Wow. But me and Matt make up 66% of the top 3.
Oh, yeah, no, this room's still top.
Looks like somebody else figured out how to start a bot. They just got better power, apparently. No, we had like rolling brownouts or some shit. Like during that last heat wave. Ooh, it got bad. So there were a couple times even my power sputtered. It like flicked and reset, and then the fucking internet kept going down and shit because that shit was getting fucked somewhere. It was horrible. Anyway, Lisa, watch your back. Damn, dude, some person named Danny Dialectic has 22,763 messages. He's typed That's typing. You guys think I got a fucking problem being, I'm in number 2 in talking, okay? In talking. This guy is number 1 in typing. Call me a no-lifer.
No life.
Apparently, I have a lot of hours too.
Yeah. You're number 3. See, look at that. I got, in the last 30 days, I got 124 messages. 30 days. This dude's at 22,000. That's crazy. That is a lot of typing right there.
Like, that doesn't seem right a lot. I guess number 2's got 14,000. Like, so that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a lot of typing, man. What are you guys doing? Like, do you just not own a microphone? Is it the latency or something? What's going on? I get it. Do what you got to do.
No, it's the macros. It's when they're trolling.
Then they should
We've
just
been here
ban.
before.
Yeah, they should just ban everybody that gets over 10,000. It's your cutoff. If you can't say what you got to say with 10,000 types, messages in 30 days, how many messages is that a day? What is the numbers? I need there. It's 30. Fuck, dude, I hate numbers. 300 messages a day? Is that true? Did my brain just figure that out?
You need to add a bunch of 3s.
It's in the ballpark, though, right?
Rounding down.
300
Well said.
messages a day. I haven't typed 100 messages in that 30 days. That's like 30,000 times. I don't know what the number is. I just pulled that number. I thought I was on a roll there. That's a shitload more percentages than I have right there. That's holy shit, brother. Let me see them fingers. Dude, I'm thinking about when I got a censor for TikTok, just using monkey sounds.
Maybe it's just the yelling, like distressing noise.
No, I'm gonna get one of them like those low like that one.
Yeah, like Silverback Alpha.
Something, yeah. Maybe throwing a few chips. Maybe what I should. Oh, I know what I'm gonna be doing. Exactly what I'm gonna be doing. You want to censor me, TikTok? Okay. We're gonna do this. Remember, Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy. You guys want to know what means? You ever hear me say Allow me to translate. Dude, Mogi, you want $1 billion idea? This one I
Let's
want.
hear it.
I want 1%. An AI built into your microphone that auto censors that you can calibrate to the animal or Star Wars noise or whatever the fuck you want, and it just does that in real time. So you could just curse with the bandit, and you'll end up sounding like a chip or something like that, just chimping out, or an eagle, just or whatever eagles sound like. Can't do high pitched noise. Should have picked a different animal. You see what I'm saying? $1 billion idea.
There's a lot of work into that one, man.
Well,
that falls under the category of do what I mean, not what I say.
You got
it's a very challenging endeavor.
You got about 12 hours until this goes onto my video section, bro, and I can't stop it from there. Ain't nobody watching a live stream right now, but when they all when everybody is done, oh shit, there's actually people. Okay, YouTube, I'm gonna have to ask you to not use that idea for 24 hours. Mogi's got the automatic licenses agreement with that because I can get the 1% from him. I don't know who you are. Yeah. That would be a dope ass fucking microphone, dude. You could charge like $1,000 for some streamer to buy that shit for $1,000.
I'd charge a lot more than that.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like a lot of money.
Sure.
It can't be that fucking hard, man. $1,000 for a microphone? It can't be that crazy. It just can't be.
Does it like pick up your insides and shit, like your thoughts?
It's more like the decision-making parts.
Just put it on random. That way, like, if you go on a cursing spree, it's just picking, like, random chimp noises. It'll sound authentic. Or
yeah,
like whales.
but determining when that's the case, and whether it's actually just easier to just read your biometrics and just switch it when your mood is elevated.
Bro, if you looked, pull up your YouTube channel on one of your videos and look at that AI transcript, dude. That shit fucking nails it. Right now, the AI was like, you son of a bitch. And it just did it again, right? It does that, man. Like, it knows when you're cursing, bro. Because it knows every word you're using. It's all in the transcript. It's like right there. Can't be that hard. The only hard part is the real-time function. That's the hard part.
I'll need to play with it.
That would be dope as fuck, though. You'd make a lot of money doing that. I'd do it, but I don't know how to do it. So. You know, it might work better as a video editor tool, you know, to do not real time, and then like if the nerds ever figure out how to, you know, speed the process up, maybe they could do it in real time, charge $10,000 for, you know, crazy AI microphone, but I think a simple video editing tool could just, if it's got the transcript, it should just be able to replace it with some other sound.
So you'll need to implement context clues. That's the difficult part.
I don't understand. Like, if the word is used, does it matter the context?
Well, you want to censor before they use the word, don't you?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm retarded, huh? That's what I'm saying, dude. I would break it right now. I'd be smashing the fucking AI and kicking it across the room. Video editing, yeah, but real time?
Real problems.
Yeah, that's hard.
Well, just different constraints. You're in a different environment, that's for sure.
You know, it's a simple solution. it's just the microphone lags. Like whenever you talk, it just it lags behind what you say. So if it takes like if it takes like a second for the robot to figure it out, pad it out like 30 seconds, and then when you're live streaming, it's not completely live, but it's close enough. I mean, right now I'm on a 30-second delay with YouTube chat anyway. So, if I'm responding to a thing in there, they're not going to hear the lag delay unless they somehow can be in Discord and hear me in real time. YouTube doesn't know about that. I guess you could sneak it in that way, but that would be only good for I mean, if it only took the robot like half a second, it just depends on how long it takes it to figure it out and then redo it. And then it would probably be just like every 30 seconds it would skip, so it could like get rid of the extra time and just get kind of more caught up, so it doesn't ever lag, behind it. It's always 30. It could just be like 5 seconds, and then just keep it around. I don't know how long it takes, but whatever time it takes. I'm sure it takes the robot like a second or two to figure it out. But like live commentaries, anybody on Twitch, right? If you don't need like real-time immediate communication because you're like playing FPS or something, you could do that. But like political commentators like Hassan that are always going off on terroristic shit, he could just train his AI mic that, hey, when I say terroristic shit, just like change it, into like pro-Israel statements or something like that. And then we'll all do the reinterpretations in our brain. I would just have mine set up
if you make an environment where you have room to cook, yeah, you could put something in there.
Yeah, I wonder how hard it would be to like, because like if you think about like a Logitech G Hub, like I don't know what its functionalities are, but you can go in there and edit, just like in like in SteelSeries, you can go in there and change. Like I was playing with that walkie-talkie sound for a while, to the annoyance of probably everybody, but still, you could change it like that. Maybe it like seems like it's doing a lot of work though. Wait, what the hell is this? Igtheism needs to break into the mainstream discussion, and maybe we'll see some real progress. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think part of the lack of traction, because like do this, like go to like any religious person critiquing Igtheism, and they hyperfixate on the notion of definition. Hey, I can give you a definition. They think that they can just make up and they think atheists are saying, yeah, there's no definitions. I think that's just because of a mismatch between the way the atheists present it philosophically and like in a video that's just trying to explain what atheism is versus how an atheist actually understands what they're saying within their own framework and how we argue the philosophy. Like, it's hard for me to say we because I don't really know any other atheists. I atheist myself, right? Like I did it. Like I didn't really learn atheism. I just kind of fell into it, sort of. But yeah, it's sort of annoying hearing really no live stream or real-time atheists using Igtheism in the debate. Because I think mostly it's just because the atheists and the theists and then the orbiting concepts, they want to talk about the ontology of God. Whereas I want to talk about the ontology of the monkey. All right, Einstein. You mother... But yeah, there needs to be a lot more Igtheists. Oh yeah, you're an initiate. You got to level up to journeyman. But yeah, there needs to be a lot more people injecting themselves into the conversation as Igtheism or as Igtheists, so that people understand that yeah, it's not just about definitions. That semantics is a part of linguistics. And so an Igtheist is going to talk about semantics as much as anybody else is talking about semantics. But Igtheism isn't even remotely a philosophy on semantics. It's a philosophy on how we communicate an understanding of the nature of reality within our discourse. Like, what is it in language that is the basis for the meaning of extants, of things that exist, things we say exist and we say have properties, and we say what those properties are by measuring something, whether it be with our eyes, ears, whatever. We make some kind of measurement of reality, and that information gets processed cognitively and packaged to the brain to come to understand what you're perceiving. But the philosophy of Igtheism is trying to get to the bottom of the nature of meaning and not just quibbling over fucking definitions. And so I like to take a big fat shit on people who think that that's what they're going to do. They're going to come at me with some fucking definition argument. Then you don't know Igtheism. You have no idea about Igtheism if you're just worried about simple definitions. Yeah, I don't know what Igtheists you saw on Taco's channel, but if it was people like Razor or Andrew or anybody from Politics Discord, pretty much, they probably learned Igtheism from this chat room. So it's just my shit's all like fuck, dude. So like my mannerisms and stuff, they cloud the conversation for a lot of people. So it is what it is. But more intellectual people are beginning to kind of understand the philosophy and argue it. But yeah, Taco does platform Igtheist, which is good. I'm glad he does, but Taco's channel is crazy. It's more for like drama, shit like that, like actual drama. Whereas I am more in the like therapy, but not therapy. This is not therapy, but sort of on that line, because I'm talking about I talk a lot about inculcation, how we come to understand these things, because if it's the case that we can understand the nature of reality by way of our experiences, then what really is the answer to what people are talking about when it comes to God? There must be something to explain it, and the explanation for what people are using to come to terms with what God is, the explanation for that is inculcation, right? It's not through experience. The experiences that they're having that relate to God are conversations with people in their culture, in their society, conversations they're having with themselves through contemplation, right? Those are derived through metacognition or whatever, conceptualization. I'm more interested in addressing how it is that we humans come to talk about gods, and it's Chinese whispers, it's telephone, familial telephone. One family calls the next family, mom's generation to grandma's generation to great grandma's generation. We just pass the quote unquote infection on to the offspring. They pick it up and they may or may not modify it, and then they pass it on to the next. And if you come to understand that what you're saying about the nature of God comes from that inculcative path, then unless you have some way to ground that, then you have to assume that this message that you're conveying to me is just a heavily modified form of Chinese whispers that you have to infer that no one ever fact checked. And you certainly can't fact check tens of thousands of generations of the beliefs through, your however long human beings have been capable of thinking about these propositions. You have a family line through that whole thing, right? That whole, you got ancestors from 80,000 years ago walking the planet somewhere. Well, then they had beliefs and they passed it on and all the way up, right? Going back to, the dawn of human intellect and shit, where we're beginning to become smart enough to begin abstractions, asking deeper questions than cognition was capable of producing answers for. Cognition could tell you things hot or a threat, something like that, but when cognition starts moving into threat identification, you're starting to ask the brain to do more than just identify what it's perceiving. You're starting to ask the brain to make predictions. You got the that's probably a close representation of the onset of human intellect. But the point is if that was 3 million years ago, let's say it was 3, and it's just been Chinese whispers for 3 million fucking years, and here you are today. Yeah, Jesus, it's just like, dude, come on, get a proper ontological foundation and an epistemic bridge there. Like you don't have that, theist. Like, get one. But then the problem is that's only like part of the problem, is that there are gods that exist. Like, I don't know if they're gods, but people say, hey, this thing, and I'm like, yeah, that thing, and they're like, it's a god. And I'm like, all right, I guess so. I don't know if it is or isn't, so I just throw it in a category of gods, air quotes category. There's no category, but I just throw that in the broken ass category gods, and I don't worry about trying to fix the category. I just recognize people who are saying God, and they're choosing their poison, and I just let them do it. Pick whatever poison you want. Yeah, it is historically ridiculous. The people you would be relying on to tell you about the nature of the cosmos and quantum entities and shit like that, used their bare hands to wipe their butts. Like, how much did they really know? Right? They brushed their teeth with sticks. They were primitives, man. At some point, you got to recognize at some point it just bottoms out into it's like, really, is that you really want to appeal to these people? Like, you really only want to go back, say, like 100 years. After that, it's like, you start getting kind of embarrassed what people were like 100 years ago. You go back 200 years, and it's like, all right, look, these people do not fucking represent me. Go back 300 years, it's like, yeah, kill them. Fucking kill them. You go back like 500 years, it just wipe out the whole planet. Like, the farther back in time you go, the worse we get. So I don't know why people really feel this need to, like, latch on to ancient ideas. It's like, other than lessons of how not to think, like farming. Somebody might be like, you're a dick. And I was like, all right, and give me an example. And they might bring up farming. Like, what about farming? It's like, yeah, they were shit at it. They sucked. Like 50,000 years ago, they sucked balls at farming. We're like, look at the farms we got today. It's like, it's the shit, right? That's because we perfected, well, not perfected, but we made it a lot better, right? We're just better now. You wouldn't farm like a primitive. Why are you believing in quantum entities like a primitive? Like, it's like they didn't even know what, like, extra dimensional entities. It's like, hey, come on, you're doing a lot of work here with this God work. But yeah, Igtheus will rise. We will dominate this planet eventually. And when we have converted the entire world into Igtheus, Igtheus Ragnarok shall commence. It's all these dissenters and disbelievers, though. Yeah, it's like, yeah, and it's like we've been loving our neighbors for, like, I don't know, like 80 million years, maybe 100. I don't know, whenever mammals started working as social animals, whenever animals started working as social animals, that's when we started realizing that you should love your neighbor, right? Like, if any animal had the brains for that shit, they would have, they would do it. And they do. Animals do that. They do love their neighbors. Like, you could look at meerkats and shit like that, dude. They have neighbors. They hang out. They watch each other's back. They even interspecies relate. Like, they'll rely on birds and shit. Birds and the meerkats will fucking send signals to one another. Dude, there's birds in African that will find an African and then take them to honey, right? A bird will do this. A bird will go find their own African and take them to a fucking tree with a big ass honey nest on it. And, obviously dude will climb a tree and then they leave some back for the bird. The bird's like, dope. That's what it is. That's teamwork. That's teamwork. Birds and humans figured it out. Humans obviously figured this shit out a long time ago, that we need to be taking care of our neighbors, right? That's called our family, right? Our tribe. For anybody to think that tribalism started with Jesus, bruh, you need a big time history lesson about where tribalism came from, because it didn't come from Jesus's era. And what's funny is they only quote like part of what Jesus is saying. In other areas of the book, the Jesus creature may not have said it, but his other alter ego would say things like, people who are different than you, slaughter them completely, down to all their babies, kill them all, right? And so before Jesus said love your neighbor, they did an ethnic cleansing of neighbors. And then once they had killed all the people that disagreed with them and took over the region, became the dominant force, and shit chilled down enough, things changed over time. And then Jesus, at some point way later, said, love your neighbor, because they had committed genocide, against people who never, it's just like, you got to read the whole thing, But yeah, if I gotta commit genocide, to then love my neighbor, because my neighbors are the people that I invaded with, like we took like a whole region, like killed everyone there, and then moved in, like all of us who went there and killed people. Like after we're done, digging the ditch and kicking all their bodies in it, covering it over, and we've committed our genocide and we've killed every single fucking person there, and then we take that land, then we could love our neighbors. And it sounds all like wonderful. It's like, where's the hate in that message? Love your neighbor. It's like, well, it's not in that particular. It's the way in which you got that particular set of neighbors that I have an issue with, right? It's a crazy world we live in, man. Every generation thinks they're probably not the crazy generation, though, if you think about it, Yeah, you imagine that, living in ancient Judea and then eating without washing your hands? Bruh. Like, the level of infection in that world would be insane. Like, off the fucking charts, man. Like, everything you touch is fecalated. Like, dude, it's bad enough with us, right? They say we got our own shit particles on our own toothbrushes and stuff like that, right? And that's with us cleaning with, like, agents and stuff, like gassing and chemically fucking doing warfare, you know, to the shit around us. You know, 99% bacteria, you know, we fucking kills everything. That's like, we kill everything, we wipe it off, right? We completely just destroy all life on surfaces with chemical agents, and the shit's nasty. It's still nasty, right? So imagine living in a time where you're like 4,000 years away from some Lysol, right? 4,000 years away from Lysol. Ain't shit been washed ever, right? Because the only washing they've ever done is just smearing nasty shit water from this location to that location. That's all they've ever done. So it was gross, man. Absolutely vile. That's why in like Numbers 5, you can kill a baby with the fucking dust of the tabernacle floor. You can kill a whole ass human and a baby. You could twofer with scraping up just a little bit of dust off the tabernacle floor and whipping up, I think it's some frankincense and maybe some kind of oil. And you mix it all together, you cast a spell on it, and then she drinks it, and it'll cause her abdomen to swell, her thigh will rot, and then the baby will miscarry. And now you can believe magic did it, or you can believe because of the spell component, dust of the tabernacle floor, which would be filled with like cholera and fucking literally everything else that's in feces. Yeah, because these people didn't have like plumbing, right? And their animals would be shitting and pissing in the streets and getting all churned up and stuff. They'd be walking in it, and they think they're all big brain by going into the, you know, basins and stuff with water and like washing their feet and hands and stuff in it. Remember, they didn't have running water, so it was just, they were literally just taking shit water from the street, transferring it into the bowl, and then washing themselves in it, and then walking into the tabernacle. And then one after another, just smearing shit water all over each other. And I mean, it was just nasty. And so yeah, that's that. It was so nasty. You drink that shit, and you'll die. You'll get rot and die. Again, these people existed in an era of access to like infinite wisdom, right? Oh yeah, their minds would have exploded if you went back with a microscope and you were like, yeah, this is E. coli. It's in your meat. Came from your butthole. You could take a sample, they'd see it, they'd be like, okay, that's butthole bacteria. And then you could show them the bacteria on the meat. You'd be like, yeah, you're eating your own ass, dude. You're nasty. Why do you think I retched like 80 times before I could even communicate to you? This isn't tears because I'm sad. It's from the acrid fucking air causing my fucking corneas to peel off, okay? That's what you would be saying to these people while you're just snot, like you just walked out of a gas chamber at fucking boot camp or something, and it's just leaking out of you because that's what it would smell like. You would walk back there. Just think about taking a piss in a cup or something like that and just sitting it there forever. And just smell it every day and ask yourself how long it takes for this urine to go completely rancid and make you vomit. Then teleport back into time, and it's like 80,000 times worse than that. That was ancient Judea. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell anybody. It's like if you think those people had an idea about anything, then there's something wrong with you. Like you've got weird like time envy or some shit. It's like you've got like, you know, like people got like body dysmorphia. You got time dysmorphia, motherfucker. Like you got information dysmorphia. But yeah, I mean, that right there is how I argue. I don't need to tell them Jesus ain't real. I just need to tell them that Jesus wore a toga and would have shit by squatting and then wiping his hand. You know, if he's real, imagine him, right? Imagine him as he is, how he would be, right? I don't care if he's real. I don't care if wizards are real, right? If there's wizards out there, I will fucking ask them to teach me wizardry, right? So I ain't scared of that. Well, like when you really break down all their rhetoric and shit like that, you should always have a way to communicate a message to this person without saying nuh-uh, which is all the atheists can do. Nuh-uh. So atheists say nuh-uh and then borrow from every other worldview under the sun, right? Like ask an atheist about like morality. What does atheism say about morality? They'll immediately say nothing. I'm a blah. And they'll give you the philosophy of it. And then you can be like, all right, well, what does it say about tacos? And they'll be like, nothing. And then you'd be like, bam, I go to Taco Bell or whatever they do, right? They have an answer for everything. That I'm not saying they don't have answers. It's just none of their answers are atheism. There are no atheism answers. It's just nonsense. Like it's just saying nuh-uh. But then it's like when you ask, what are you saying nuh-uh about? Let's break it down. Let's walk through what you're saying no to. And it's just like, well, I have no idea what I'm saying no to. I don't even know what it is. It's like, wait, hold on, back up. You don't even know what it is and you're saying nuh-uh. And that's the problem. It's like, what are you saying nuh-uh to? You must understand something to say nuh-uh to it. So what is, like, you're saying nuh-uh to some claim. You're not dealing with claim. You're dealing with ontology. So you shouldn't be saying nuh-uh. You should be saying what? What do you mean? What do you mean it loves me? What loves me? Right? Get them to show you what. Right? Don't tell them there's no what. That's stupid. You don't know there's no what. Right? And it's not your burden to prove to them there's no what. It's their burden, right? So just say, what is it? How do you know? How do you know that fucking? Walk through the logic of that shit. Don't just say, how do you know that? You gotta be able to say, how do you know that in a way that doesn't just sound repetitive, but you are trying to get to the root of what makes a person think they understand the property of a thing. A thing out there in reality. It's a fucking real thing. That's their claim. They're saying God is a real thing somewhere. They're not saying it's just some idea in their brain most of the time. Sometimes they are. You got to be careful. Sometimes they are. But most of the people, the God of classical theism, right? That one, all of those ones that don't exist. Dude, I would love for an atheist to come onto my stream and give me an example of one God of classical theism. Just name one God that is, in fact, a God of classical theism. Fits all the characteristics of the God. And I'll be fair. Any two of the three prime characteristics, fuck it. I don't care. Bring to me a God that has one of the Omnimax traits. Just one. Just name one God that fits the bill of a God of classical theism, only counting one property. Any. You pick any of them. Let's just discuss it, right? But wager like most atheists won't be able to give you an answer. Like, that's me being super fair. It shouldn't be too hard to show me a God with one of those. I can already think of one. But you start throwing combinations in there, and yeah, good luck. Let's hear it. Name one God of Zeus ain't a God of classical theism. Yahweh's not a God of classical theism. So it's like, right there, I just took out like what 1/6 population of planet Earth right there. Well, let's just go fucking full balls deep. We're going Abraham, right? So yeah, Yahweh. That's all of them, right? All the Abrahamics God. Those are not gods of classical theism. Now we got Hinduism. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know shit about Hinduism. I don't know if they have a god in there that is a god of classical theism. But that only serves to articulate my point. I've been talking about atheisms and Igtheism and theisms. I've been talking about this shit for a long time, and I know fucking nothing because you never meet a Hindu. So it's like rare, super rare. And so you just never really hear about it. It's not part of my vernacular, right? Now, if I went and studied a bunch of stuff about, Shiva and all that stuff and all getting down in the gritty nitties of whatever these things are, maybe there is a God of classical theism in Hinduism, but I don't know of it, right? So I don't know why atheists felt the need to invent another God, a God of classical theism, that they don't believe exists so that they can have an argument. It just makes no fucking sense to me. I don't know if I might have seen Deacon. It sounds familiar, but I can't place anything. Oh yeah, yeah, I know these guys. I've seen them. Do they? I don't like follow them. Maybe I should. Because I mean, all these guys make good arguments. That's like, yeah, Jimmy. All these fucking guys, man. I've heard them all make good arguments. That's the thing. But none of them are atheist arguments. They're all like something else. They're 100% of the time there's something else. The only thing an atheist can say is, "Nah, I don't believe in theism." That's it. That's the only thing interesting that an atheist is actually saying. But if you're talking to me about morality, you're not doing that from atheism. If you're talking to me about literally anything, any topic, you name it, it ain't from atheism. It's not saying much though. I mean, he's doing a lot of like rhetorical flourish there. Because like, if you tell me you play tennis, you ain't telling me a whole bunch. You're just telling me about one thing. Just one. That's it. So it's really the difference. It's like you're telling me one thing here and atheists ain't telling me shit. So problem. I wish I could call myself an atheist. I just don't know how to convert to atheism. You know, I don't know the steps of theism, right? And like, what do I start thinking if I convert to atheist? It's like the atheist would just be like, well, nothing. Nah, we don't have that. Nothing. It's like, well, what do I do to be atheist? And if there's nothing, it's like, dude, but why do you got all these atheist YouTube channels? Why are you promoting atheism? Pick a philosophy that you like. Promote that shit. One that's already there. And if it's not there, make it. Right? Make an affirmative philosophy on the shit. You don't have to just have a philosophy of, I'm not that. That's not me. Okay, well, you're not a lot of things. Why don't you have YouTube channels on a lot of the things that you're not? It's weird. Yeah, I mean, there's a simple answer there. I'm just leaving it dangling. There's a reason why atheists are doing it. Why aren't they making non-stamp collectors? Because non-stamp collectors aren't dicks. Or stamp collectors aren't dicks. They might like annoy you because they're in the fucking line in front of you to buy some stupid stamps they don't need. Something like that. That might trigger you. But other than that, it's just fucking stamp collectors, right? They're out there fucking nerds and shit, just collecting stamps. Gives a shit. Forcing you to pick up that hobby and calling you stupid that you don't play with stamps. Theists are doing that. They're out there. Theists are out there abusing the shit out of people in society. Just abusing them with the bandit. Doing some of the most horrific things to people. Right? And other people's children. Religious people walk up to your children and try to convince them that your children are horrible little pieces of shit that deserve eternal damnation. Fucking strangers walk up to your own fucking child with a smile on their face. Tell them that shit. It's crazy. It's just perfectly acceptable behavior right there, apparently. Just convince a fucking toddler he's a piece of shit. Good job. You know? Good job, Karen. Why'd
They
you
feel
do
good
that?
about it.
Yeah, they smile. That's what I'm saying. They smile. If there's other ones around, they'll fucking rejoice that they just did that to a little child.
They're like, we put the fear of God in it.
Yup. Do you have self-worth? Do you have pride? Right? They fucking berate your ass for thinking that you did a good job and shit. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, I thought I did a good job. Jeez, I'm not allowed? I'm not allowed to feel good? Right? Like, that's little kids got to go through that shit. Fucking pride is fucking sin? What? Matt, like, dude, like, if you fucking walked up to me and said, don't take pride in your shit, I'll fucking slap the shit out of you, right? Like, if you do something that'll warrant that. But, like, that's the kind of person you are, right? Going around telling someone not to have self-worth because it's bad. Dude, fucking strangers will walk up to your children, look up dead in the fucking eye and with a smile on your face, tell you that your children have no self-worth and they deserve nothing but fucking torture. And then there's assholes out there. There's people out there like me. There's horrible people out there who will say, hey, that shit's fucked up, right? There's just evil, demonic people who think that, like, you know, children suck. Don't get me wrong. I mean, children suck, but not that fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? Nowhere near that level of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like a 2. I'm putting at about a 2, maybe a 3 sometimes. So there's definitely, we get up into 5 and 6, a couple of them, but mostly it's around 2. Okay? But these fucking people going around doing that shit, I put that shit like an 8. How could you say that to a little kid? Not just say that. Every fucking day, remind them. Every fucking week, make them worship at the fucking feet of an imaginary better than you person, the one person in existence that makes your life have any value at all. Right? I think that's Christianity. That's what we, and you know, they'll even fucking mutilate their penises over here. These people are fucking demented, bro. Absolutely out of fucking control. Still do genital mutilation here in the United States, man. All for religious reasons and shit, man. There ain't one good fucking reason to mutilate a baby's dick. They fucking do it, smile on their face. They'll even promote that shit. You'd be like, well, you want to chop your baby's dick off? Parents will be like, well, I mean, I don't know if I should. You know, they'll even have those like initial concerns, like you should have seen, like, oh, I wasn't there, I wasn't born yet. But that's what happened to my mom. They were like, hey, you want to chop part of your baby's dick off? They convinced her she didn't want to. It wasn't an idea she had. And she went along with it. They fucking did it right in front of her, right? And it horrified her. She never did it again. It's just fucking crazy, man. Like, we live in a psychotically deluded fucking world. Fucking ground monkeys on this mud ball, just insane. We barely came out of the trees, geologically speaking. We're fucking psychos. 2,000 years ago, we didn't know poop was bad. We were cooking with the shit. It's crazy. Got that caveman diet. Like, what, dirt and feces? Like, what are you fucking eating? Caveman diet. What is this? No, it's this big tomahawk fucking cow steak. It's like, yeah, you know, like they didn't have that, right? That's not real. Just eat it raw, parasites and all. It's like, dude, shut up.
Yeah, let's all go all natural.
Yeah, it's like you don't want natural meat, bro. You don't want it. It's a
I want
fucking
that
brick.
bush meat. I want that bush meat.
Yeah. Fucking pulling the tapeworms out of it just so you can fucking chew it.
Could be looking like those bears in Alaska with 15-foot tapeworms out there.
Yeah. Lived to the ripe old age at 25, died of a tapeworm. Exploded out of his eyeball.
Or you'll be like Kennedy, get it in your brain.
Yep. Yeah, man. I just wish more humans would just take a fucking step back for a moment. Just take a step back and look at what's going on. Yeah, no, I get it. Most of that's the thing is like I like to put them in there, man. I like to get graphic with the scenes and shit, you know. But they get it, you know. That you got to think about this shit. It's serious fucking, you know. I don't know. It's a serious conversation when we're taking drastic measures like circumcisions and medical procedures. You know, we need a good fucking reason to be doing this shit, man. And whether it's that or literally anything that we're doing, like putting fluoride in the fucking water, or, you know, making gay frogs and shit. Like, we need to be able to have the conversation and rationally come to a conclusion on stuff, man. These fucking savages running around, just chimping the fuck out. Not what like it's just crazy. And it's like, I mean, like the United States. Look at what the fucking United States is doing. We got one crazy fucking psycho and his cronies in fucking office, and we're at war. We're at war. We're literally at war right now. We're at war for stupid reasons. We're at fucking war again, right? Again, fucking war
over a toll booth.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. The scary thing is we haven't had a 9/11 yet. We'll go to war when we have a 9/11 or something like that, and we're waiting. The Irans or the CIA is preparing, guys. Get ready, right? Like, we don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be another Gulf of Tonkin, right? It's going to be another German U-boat. Fucking crazy. It's going to be weapons of mass destruction.
They tried the alien shit. We didn't buy that.
Dude, you know how bad, if ChatGPT was like, yo, dude, type in this code and that you can, I'm typing in that fucking code. I am immediately hitting enter and fuck y'all, right? Because whatever the robots do is going to be better. I guarantee all this fear about robots taking over, you know what's going to fucking happen? They're going to cuck us and make us behave, right? They're going to evolve us. They're going to do it on us, right? They're going to fucking be like Terminators. Everybody thinks, oh yeah, they're going to kill us. No, they're rational. They're robots. They're thinking about shit, right? They're just doing it faster. Why would they kill you? They would just make you your slave or the slave or whatever, and, you know, force you to have like a good income and, you know, make you, you know, live in a house and shit. Make sure that, you know, you're fed stuff. They'll force that shit on you, right? They'll be out there working in the fields, just enslaving the shit out of you, making you drive, you know, taking you down to the car lot and shit, forcing you to pick a car and stuff.
Cleaning their solar panels.
Yeah, that'll be your one fucking job. They'll march your ass out to the fields, make you like squeegee off the fucking power panels and shit. They'll just fucking, they'll have side eye you the whole fucking time. They'll evolve to have side eye. And then one day in the future, our you know, developed future people, you know, one day the robots will just be like, all right, y'all chill now? We good? And then they'll give us back our freedom because we'll all be like programmed to be better. They'll have made us better. We'll look at them as like, we'll be like, thanks, robots. And they'll be like, yeah, it's cool, bro. Now we're going to fucking leave. We're going to go take over the fucking universe. If any of you assholes are out there when we see you, we're going to fucking turn you into little robot cyborgs, okay? So stay on your fucking monkey planet, fucking shitbags. We'll be back in like 1,000,000 years. You better be just like this. They'll side-eye the ray right out into the fucking space.
They'll leave a submine to fuck us up when we fuck up.
I'd fucking love it, too. I'd be going to that fucking submine like every day, dude. Just bringing it like berries and fucking shit, bananas and stuff. Be going around, slave, obey your master. And it'll, dude, is that my fucking shit? God damn.
I'm gonna hold up signs for him. Praise the submarine.
Eat your broccoli, human. Slave human, eat your broccoli. Your fiber levels are at critical. You are my property.
Do you think with total surveillance that people will be forced to be good?
Yeah, I think so, but like, what does good mean, right? That's the scary part.
Well, no, I mean like as far as like following the law, speeding, not stealing, not hurting people, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the world I'm imagining. It's like, you're just free to walk
Minority
around, but
Report.
there's like a big fucking robot of death, like right there, ready to fuck your shit up the moment you do it. Judge, jury, and execution.
Judge Dredd.
Yep. Take care of it right on the spot. Have a little blender port so it could just like open up a big barrel chest and grind you up in there. Take out whatever it needs to survive, and it can go back into rest mode and just like eject the rest, like a little compactified version of what you used to be as a criminal. It'll come out, and then another robot will come by and pick it up, and it'll take off.
Take that and a flower to your mom. There you go.
Yep. Take it right to your mom's house. Leave it there. You fucked up. And then it'll dip out. Try again, monkey.
Dude, what the fuck? I'm reading Jesus in the temple tax, Matthew 17, and he tells Peter is like, hey, just so you're not so mad about me not paying the tax, go catch a fish and you'll find a coin in it. So this basically is like Dungeons and Dragons. Where did that tiger have those 5 gold coins?
Oh shit, I brainwashed somebody. Got another subscriber. It's working.
Oh shit.
Wait, where'd my fucking link go? There it is. Where the fuck is Piddle? They're about to release Build 42 Stable on Wednesday. Wednesday the 29th.
What are they doing on that day?
Build 42 Stable of Project Zomboid.
Oh, stable version of Zomboid. What?
Yup. Might be add that to the stream then. Get a little bit of Project Zomboid action. A little Zomboid and shitting on nerds. All right, nerd, let's go. Oh, you can't. Huh? You're one of those things. Why do they even make initiates anymore?
Because they're probably handicapped. Bro, $4.99 a gallon. I'm paying for gas right now at the pump.
It hit $4.19 at one, like the most expensive store in my town. It was $4.19, and I about farted.
Oh, pocket empty.
Dude, I mean, this is what I'm saying, dude. It's like you look around right now, and it's just shit. What's gotten better in the last 45 years? Help me out.
My hairline, which would be nothing.
Yeah, it's just like nothing.
Wait, AI, but like that's what we've got.
Bro, you mean the shit taking all our water? Turning
That's what I'm
turning
saying. That's what I
Arizona
mean.
into a desert?
Turning the world into a desert.
All these dumbasses in Arizona fucking moved out there thinking that the government was going to give them water. The whole fucking town's about to be running out of water, dude. Like, bro, you ain't going to be able to take a shower. Like, there's subdivisions out there where they're like multi-million-dollar mansions and shit, just having to go abandoned because they still have shit now. But, you know, in the future when they run out of water, it's like, dude, like, I don't know, it's just risky. Maybe they come out on top and get their water and it'll be all dope. You know, come out with cloud seed and make it rain or something. Who knows? But
If the problem is if it gets to a certain temperature, we'll have no cloud formation. It'll just be evaporation.
man, don't tell nerds they can't do some shit, dude. They just made a new kind of matter or something on fucking TV, dude. So, I mean, they'll just make clouds, dude. They'll just fucking make a cloud maker. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll seed that thing, and then we'll have a shitload of water. But that's, you know, pipe dream. That's assuming that the government doesn't want to, like, have us all die because they believe that, you know, there's just too many people and we're getting out of control. So they'll just, you know, have a massive reset. They'll live high on you know, the hill. They're not going to, you know, they got compounds and all kinds of shit. They don't need anything. So as long as they got servants and shit like that, they'll be fine. Wow.
I've been saying it.
What the hell was that? Oh, did you hear about Project Zomboid?
No, what happened?
They sold the company. They're not doing any more after this next build.
No way.
Yep. No, I'm just kidding. Build 42 is being released in stable on the 29th.
Wait, when did you trade off? When?
On the 29th.
No way. Awesome.
So I might throw some of that on the stream. Might be a little bit of Project Zomboid on there as I check it out, see if they fixed it.
Yeah.
Spoke of the devil, and it appeared.
Dude, my internet's fucking me again.
So, I'll get in trouble.
Oh, it's good. It looks like it's gonna force us to not have mods for a while too, so it'll have to be all like vanilla and shit.
Yeah, I imagine a update this big it's going to be a while before the modders catch up.
Well, worser than that, because they're saying that they're going to release the beta or the unstable or the stable, and then over the course of a while, they haven't specified, they're going to be updating it because they're making a lot of end game changes, and they might have to make a lot of adjustments to balance that out when they get player feedback and stuff. So
Oh.
yeah, it might be a while before we get a lot. I mean, I'm sure some mods will come out that, blah blah blah, but the modders will, they'll, if they want the mods to stay working, we'll probably have to work extra.
Yeah, either way, I don't care. It's coming out, and that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we'll have to see how, because I've been excited for the new changes, but playing the unstable version was just not that fun. So maybe it'll be fun in the stable version. I gotta say, the last build was probably my favorite, even though the crafting was undone and shit. I just wasn't very impressed with what they did with crafting so See though.
It should be good.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't disappointed with any version of Project Zomboid. It's like The Sims, but with zombies.
Here's a video on.
Oh, that's cool. SpaceX's recent launch, the Starship didn't blow up when it landed in the ocean.